Morena tātou, welcome to the first of these for the year. And a couple of reminders, the meeting is being live webcast to those people whose lives sufficiently uninteresting to want to watch it, but good on them. We have electronic meeting attendance protocols in place, and I would ask that you observe them. You should be in a secure place during the meeting and not be driving while connected to the meeting. Turn on your camera when you are speaking, please. As you're present at the meeting, ensure your phone is turned off or at the very least on silent. Attendance by electronic link. Understanding Order 3.5.5. I am satisfied that the following councillor has met the threshold for electronic attendance. Councillor Fletcher, who is unfortunately not as mobile as she normally is. Before we begin, we have some acknowledgements. We have had some tragic storm events just recently, and I'd ask that we all take a moment to acknowledge the tragic loss of life during the recent storms in the Upper North Island. I'm sure you will join me in extending our sympathies to those in the Bay of Plenty, as well as to the friends and family of the two young Aucklanders who sadly lost their lives, one being a member of our Kiribati community who was sadly swept away in the Maharangi River. So I'm going to take a moment for us to stand in silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We also have the memory of Sir Tim Shadbolt, who was a giant figure of local government. And since our last meeting, Sir Tim Shadbolt, long-time Mayor of Invercargill, and before that, part of our own city at Waitemata. Silence was never one of his many virtues. So I'll ask Councillor Henderson to lead us in a moment of laughter or something less sombre to recall this gentleman. Thank you, Councillor Henderson, from his own area.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just noting that picture of the concrete mixer. It's a sad honour to acknowledge the passing of Sir Tim Shadbolt, a titan of local government with public service spanning 4 decades across multiple areas. But of course, not only was he the Mayor of Invercargill for multiple terms, but also a proud Westie with 2 terms as the Mayor of Waitemata County Council. It seems like everyone has a story from those days, and they're still recounted a lot around West Auckland. And my personal favourite was actually that photo there of him towing a concrete mixer, affectionately named Karl Marx, behind the mayoral car in the Henderson Christmas Parade in 1983. People still talk about that sort of stuff today. But that was our Tim. He was always making people smile and laugh, and I think starting a tradition of positive leadership in West Auckland and in our city that made you proud, that made you feel good about being a West Aucklander. In honour of that spirit and in recognition of the famous biography titled Bullshit and Jelly Beans, which is on there, you can see that censored out, I've brought some jelly beans myself, and I'll just pass them left and right in his honour and in the hope that it will make us smile and think of Sir Tim's example, positive example and positive leadership. Rather than do the laughter, I thought we might just do more traditional moments silence. But look, my condolences to his family and his many friends in West Auckland, across our city and across our nation. Rest in peace, Sir Tim Shadbolt, and I'll ask you to stand up to do a moment's silence, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Right. Before we start, this month is the last month of long reports and complicated templates which have bedevilled this place for 12 years. We're also going to get a better format for our CEO and ELT report, which is more strategic. We will use this meeting for the high-level strategic things, including the overall financial position of the council, and use our budget and value for money ones for items that fall out of that. But it is the responsibility of the governing body to manage the overall financial position of this large organisation. Apologies, we have none.
Yes, we do.
We do, I'm sorry. Councillor Turner's on council business is going to be late.
And Councillor Newman will also be late.
Councillor Newman apparently will be late as well. Councillor Falling is leaving on council business early-ish. Hopefully we're over by 3. We wish you all the best for that. Okay, mover and second for the apologies. I'll have one from Deputy Mayor and Baker. All those in favour, please say aye. Apology against, carried. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Declarations of interest. We never have any much, and we haven't had one yet in 3 years. We still do it every time. There's none. Confirmation of minutes. I'll move that the minutes are approved and they'll be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour of approving the minutes, please say aye. Contrary carried. I'll now sign the damn things. Oh, I forget. Get that together and I'll do that. Right. Items not on the agenda. Not a known anything there. Public input. There's one received from Lisa Prager. She's unable to attend today and has decided to defer her for the next one, which was about transport reform. So we look forward to hearing that in the fullness of time. Local board input, I have nothing to receive yet so far. Item 7.1, the delegated authority to make a submission to the Emergency Management Bill number 2. I'll ask Councillor Filipaina, the chairman of that, the appropriate committee, Civil Defence Committee, to move and introduce this before Sarah and Parul join us. Councillor Filipaina, please.
Tēnā koe e te he mana, tēnā koe e te rangatira, ngā mihi o te tauhau, ki a koe e te kaikauni hira, and also to everybody else. Just wanted to wish everybody a happy new year, and I hope you've all rested over the holiday period. In regards to this particular issue, firstly I just wanted to acknowledge our kaimahi, Wayne Brown, and for his work. I know he spent several days and also over the weekend doing this submission. Want to acknowledge him, want to acknowledge Sarah and the team as well in regards to this particular item. Chair, as you know, we were put in a position where we had to do a submission, and it was going to be by the midnight the 3rd. That is still the case with our submission as Auckland Council, even though there's been 15 days given an extension to it. That applies to those areas across Aotearoa that have suffered from the recent floods. So that doesn't apply to us. Our recommendation, and for this is a procedural recommendation, is for myself, the Deputy Chair, Councillor Ken Turner, and our Haukura member, Fire Michelle Wilson, to sign off on just editorial things. It's not going to have a bearing. My last comment for this particular item is that as a result of having to put a submission in by today, I asked our staff to organise a meeting of the committee to have a talk and to have our input. So to those, and the whole committee turned up, just want to acknowledge you, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. So to you, Chair, to you, Mr Mayor, I then would just hand it over to the staff. Ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Staff, come forward, please. And thank you, Adam, for all those dozens of emails and texts telling me about the weather. I was out on the boat and it was handy, and I didn't actually need to be told it was blowing 40 knots, but it was nice to know that you thought there was 40 knots as well.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and members. So as Councillor Filipino explained, this paper is before governing body today for a procedural reason. Normally the Auckland Council's submission on the Emergency Management Bill would be approved by the Civil Defence and Emergency Management Committee. However, the committee's first meeting is not until the 5th of March, and the deadline is today. We're therefore seeking delegation for the Chair, Deputy Chair and Hukura Member Representative Michelle Wilson to approve this final submission. Just a couple of words. I'm putting together the draft submission. We've worked closely with the CEDAM Committee, including Hukura, sought input from local boards, relevant council departments, Watercare, Auckland Transport, Auckland Council Controllers and Recovery Managers, and through Ngā Matarai, we've prompted awareness with iwi to make their own submissions due to time constraints. So our final draft was circulated to all members yesterday, and the bill itself, it's an overdue update to legislation that dates back to 2002. The bill seeks to modernise the emergency management system. It also reflects lessons from the North Island severe weather events in 2023. The bill also reflects Auckland's own improvement pathway since that time, which is captured in our group plan, with tangible progress in building our capability, our capacity, and also our community connection over these last 3 years. The draft submission, it states that Auckland Council broadly supports the bill and the need for a fully funded national improvement programme. Our draft submission does, however, recommend several key refinements, and those in headline are clearer recognition of the crucial role of individuals, whānau, iwi and the communities play, so the whole of society approach, stronger positioning of iwi Māori as enduring partners in the system, enabling recovery to grow at that same level of maturity as response, and addressing compliance costs and the risk of cost shifting to local government. So we've addressed those concerns within our draft submission. So the draft submission also recommends some technical amendments in support of our key submission points, and those are included, as you'll have seen, in the Appendix 1. So we're happy to take any questions on the report.
Councillor Filipino.
Oh, sorry, Koro Matua, just saying if I could move, and Councillor Turner second the recommendation.
I think that's appropriate.
Kia ora.
Moved Filipino, seconded Turner. Questions, please. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do. It's vitally important to our city and communities. Look, I've just got a question around calling a state of emergency, because I've obviously done that on behalf of the Mayor when he was overseas. But can you explain the process that we currently have and what changes you're looking at as part of the submission process around who is responsible for calling that state of emergency?
There is a process of consideration that we go through to call a state of emergency based on a number of factors that are set out within both legislation and a procedure. The way in which it works, when we are aware that a situation is elevating, we go through that the same checklist each time, and we then call a meeting of the duty controller, the duty team, the general manager, a response manager, and the public information management function manager, and come together, go through that checklist, and consider whether a state of emergency would be required in order to coordinate the response. The state of emergency in the new bill is changed slightly, the definition of emergency, so that the inability of the response agencies to deal with the emergency is now a factor, not the main or only factor that is now considered. It's more around whether or not it would enable a better coordinated response. So once that consideration has been put together, a report's put together, and then a recommendation is put for the mayor as a delegated person to sign off that state of emergency. So that advice is taken to the mayor for consideration, or his delegate, and then at that point, then it's a decision around the state of emergency is made.
Great, thanks. I was just trying to see the difference between what we currently had and what the submission
Yeah,
was.
it is that slight nuance of
Nuance.
difference in the definition of a state of emergency. It seems minor, but it does enable consideration of a state of emergency before the emergency services are unable to respond.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you for this. Thank you, Councillor Alf and Councillor Kent, for your leadership in this committee, and thank you to the officers. I read your response, Adam, on the discussion paper, so I really appreciated you putting through the views of our community in regards to once an emergency happens and how communities felt sort of disengaged from that process. So it's good to see that this has been highlighted in the bill and in our submission. My question is around the whole of society approach in our submission. I'm worried that will end up kind of devoiding responsibility of agencies. Seems like we've gone from an extreme of very bureaucratic process to now, it's up to individuals, communities to look after themselves. So I want some reassurance that isn't going to be a consequence of the whole of society approach that we're supporting in our submission.
Through the chair, it is a very valid point that you make. The intent is not to ask for get rid of our own responsibilities, but the intent is to make sure that every member of the society is aware that they have personal responsibility to be ready for what might happen. So I think it is saying that not only waiting for agencies to come in to help, but what can you do as an individual and at household level to be ready when a weather event happens. So it is a collective way of thinking about how do we do this together when things go wrong, what can you do now to be better prepared as well. So I think it's just making sure people are aware things will happen. There will be more bad weather that comes, but what is it that you can do at an individual level? And in terms of implementation, the team is very aware that we need to work with our communities to get them ready and to make sure that they are aware of the hazards that sit within the region and what is it that they can do and what is it that we can do and what is it that the government can do. So it's just making everybody aware and conscious of what is happening around us.
Thank you.
Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Thank you, and Happy New Year. This is referencing the email I sent yesterday, but we heard from the Disability Rights Commissioner on this issue, and I was very encouraged to see in the draft that there was reference to recommendations to mandate consultation with disabilities communities, but I was wondering if you could go into a little more detail and explain our submission's recommendations on that aspect of emergency management. I know there's been a lot of work done with these consultations from AEM in the past 3 years, which is great, but yeah, I wondered if you could go into that in a bit more detail, please.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, and thank you for your response in support of the submission. In terms of there is an implicit requirement within the bill to look after the needs of disabled persons through the bill and for disproportionately affected persons, and disabled people are included within that definition. The Auckland Council has been doing a significant amount of work through AEM with our disability partners and developing a framework to work with a minimum of 20 partners this year to create proper framework for helping disabled communities prepare for and be prepared for what they can do to prepare themselves for emergencies and making sure that they are appropriately supported in that way. We're bringing a report to our coordinating executive group and also to committee within the next 6 weeks that will update on that programme. So, and we've prepared an email back to the Disability Rights Commissioner explaining what that programme is and inviting them to work with us and making sure that we are working with them and working with all of the people, because some of these organisations, partner organisations we work with, are national level and some are regional level, Auckland level.
I've got no other questions, but I've got one myself, a little bit following on from the Deputy Mayor. After the tragic floods we had here 3 years ago, there was, I was heavily criticised for not declaring the emergency quick enough, and because I waited until I was asked to by the by the appropriate authorities, which I don't think that's changed, is it? Although mayors seem to be much quicker off the block these days. Is that the case? And secondly, how are we making a clear explanation to the media about that particular process? Because of having been criticised for being late with it, we never actually used the powers that came in with that declaration. And so are we putting something in our submission that kind of clarifies? Because the declaration seems to have risen to much bigger thing in the public and the press's eyes than what it really was. So we never actually used the powers that I was criticised for not invoking.
Thank you for raising that, Mayor. Certainly since 2023, part of what we've really tried to strengthen is that connection with our agency partners, Fire and Emergency New Zealand Police, and we now actively engage with them with any event. So just this recent Upper North Island severe weather event, we had an overnight presence, we had police liaison, fire and emergency liaison, and we were able to work with them directly around the tragic situation that happened up in Warkworth. Equally, we would, if things were escalating to a point where we felt that there was a need, we would be talking to them to inform the information that we then brief the Mayor on the need for us to activate so that we can access the powers that are available. For us in Auckland, I mean, we've seen Northland, Bay of Plenty, Coromandel, Tairāwhiti very much impacted by this severe weather event. In Auckland, we were relatively lucky and we didn't see the sort of impacts that the rest of the country has seen. We've definitely got some isolated cases of impacts with Maharangi West and with Aotea Great Barrier Island. We're working actively now with central government and MSD about what we can do with Aotea Great Barrier Island in terms of support for that community. And for us, that was probably the biggest impact. What it highlighted, I think, for us was that going forward, they are a unique location that probably need to be worked with as we would with Coromandel and how we deal with that. But in terms of that declaration process and the process that we use, we're certainly more engaged with our agency partners and would keep the Mayor or the Deputy Delegate well informed with why we needed to declare and the powers that were needed. And I might just ask Sarah to just comment on the actual submission with regards to that and whether there was anything significant to change.
Yeah, in terms of the submission, there's a technical detail that we're wanting to iron out in the bill that sits around the definition of the authority, unitary authority and territorial authority, wards and districts. So it's quite probably quite technical to explain, slightly tedious, but we're seeking a clarification of that within the bill. But it will enable the Mayor to access those powers that they have done before, and should be clarity in making sure that that's speedy and it's clear what it is. In terms of that sort of what powers are required, those are very similar to the powers that were there previously, and they all relate around those powers for councils in particular, around access to properties, access to asking people to evacuate, and those types of things. So around compliance with those.
I might just comment more generally if I can. Adam will and the team will correct me. There is no doubt that mayors, councillors are moving more quickly to declare emergencies. And not to be critical of the past, but it was seen as quite a technical decision based on what powers might be needed to be exercised. There are other considerations here, and this is where the shift has been really. That, you know, there's a symbolic and leadership value in declaring an emergency, even on a slightly preparatory basis. So the ground has shifted here, and you will see different different decisions made probably a little bit sooner than what might have been in the past if it was looked at purely through a technical lens. Okay, so and I think NEMA is well aware of this, and their earlier guidance, at the risk of criticising, their earlier guidance wasn't particularly helpful in terms of recognising that reason why you might want to declare an emergency pretty promptly or even proactively.
Just in addition to what Phil said, the change in the Act also refers to the definition of an emergency, which kind of leads to that, to say if you're anticipating it to go up, it doesn't have to be there yet. So it is giving it that flavor in terms of go early in terms of declaring and be ready for what might be coming.
And just through the chair, one other comment is that the minister, through Minister Mark Mitchell, he's also supportive of that precautionary or preparatory state of emergency. So very much trying to promote getting ahead of the ball so that, you know, we're better prepared. And it does also have that added value of encouraging our public to be prepared or to take preparations. So yeah, there is, as Phil said, definitely a shift in how we view emergencies and how quickly we stand up to take action. So thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. I do worry, though, on the back of those comments and those questions and statements by the Chief Executive, and I mentioned this through the process, of us losing sight of what our emergency management program is for. The question of when and how and the wording of an emergency being implemented has basically been the main discussion through this whole process from start to finish. And we also had, you know, Whangarei bringing in a precautionary emergency, which there's no such thing. So can we be sure that this clarification is helping to make sure that we keep it clarified, that this is not about finance, this is about an emergency, it's about people, it's about health and safety.
Through the chair, absolutely. It really also helps with that clarity on that state of emergency situation, also helps with our public messaging, which also helps communities then know exactly what to do.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Yeah, sort of, I think the Chief Executive has almost gone there. My question was going to be, what is the difference between a precautionary state of emergency and a state of emergency?
The Act doesn't define the two. There is no precautionary state of emergency. It's just the wording that some choose to use when they have declared. So if you look at the paperwork and the process behind it, it'll just be a state of emergency.
It's a step process to go from a precautionary to full on, or precautionary, no, it's no longer needed. It is just, right.
Yeah, through the chair, we would use the same process, that checklist, and then we'd make that decision to declare. The use of the word precautionary, I think, gives emphasis to that particular group who are declaring, but for us, a declaration is a declaration.
Okay, I think no further questions. I'll put the motion. Hang on. Councillor Filipani, do you want to sum up in any way? You're quite happy with that? Thank you.
Your Worship, it's Christine Fletcher here, and my camera is not working on Windows for some reason. May I ask a question, please?
Of course you can. I didn't realise you're...
No, I'm trying to use two devices because Windows 11 has not transferred the camera apparently with the Teams, but that's a technology issue which I'm trying to resolve. Thank everybody for the work that they've done on this. And I'm really mindful of it because I was in the Coromandel when the precautionary state of emergency was called. In fact, I have a broken ankle today because I was helping others through the emergency. What I'm interested to know is, did the TCDC call a precautionary in part because this storm that was probably more devastating than Gabrielle for the Coromandel area didn't have a name, so people weren't taking it seriously? Is there an issue around just trying to create awareness if you don't have something dedicated like a cyclone, or, you know, given a name and a sense of alarm, when it's just constant, continuous rain? Can the officers explain why, even though technically there is no such thing as a precautionary state of emergency, they might have used it in that way?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. I think in the case of those areas that declared, including the Coromandel and Thames, it was really about the predicted impacts that they were getting prepared to receive, as opposed to the cyclone not being named. It was very clear right through that the impacts of that weather system were going to be significant, and that even though it was an unnamed low, it was going to combine with the other low that had just passed through over the weekend previous, and it was more the impacts that were anticipated that they were going to receive that had them taking that precautionary action. And they did, as you know, receive significant 500 millimetres plus, so huge impacts, and that did give them the ability to sort of be ahead of the ball a bit, and that was the driver, as I understand it, Councillor.
And that is something that Auckland could also deploy should it be required going into the future?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Foley. Oh, any more questions? I think we're now into discussions now, but no, I think so. We'll go to discussion. Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity to comment. I'm just going to make a brief comment. Firstly, just to thank Councillor Filipaina for his leadership in this space for many, many decades, as well as your leadership as the chair of this committee, alongside your deputy, Councillor Turner, and of course our wonderful staff for putting in the hard work to put our submission together. I strongly support our submission and our recommendation to strengthen the bill to fully embed a whole of society approach in emergency management, and I really like how that's worded in our submission. Everyone around this table will know what we experienced during the Auckland floods and the key role that our communities played. Iwi, marae, community groups, sports clubs, surf clubs. We saw during that emergency just how important it was to know your neighbours. And although many neighbours came to each other's aid being strangers, what we learned from that is that we do need to build more resilience in our communities. I am mindful too, though, of the concerns raised by Councillor Bartley, and accept that, and really thankful that our staff have made it clear that by saying a whole of society approach, we also mean us as council, we also mean fire and emergency and our defence forces as well. So I'm really keen for our submission to go forward with that strong support from all of us here. We've seen it recently as well in the recent weather events, how iwi and marae stepped up and opened their facilities up to provide shelter for devastated people, many of whom were visitors to our country as well. So I think it's a really, really good point that we make in our submission. I hope it's taken on board, and I hope that that's supported by Parliament as well. Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Filipaina, we're going to sum up here.
Yeah, kia ora he mana. Look, Chair, I wanted to acknowledge your office in regards to replying back to an email around the disability and our whaikaha. So I just want to acknowledge the reply to the Commissioner, the Disability Commissioner, and also to Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, who replied. Rest assured, there is one of the our staff, Greg Morgan, who is liaising with our disability sector in regards to everything emergency and civil defence. So that's all I really wanted to do, was obviously reiterate what others have said around this table to our staff. Thank you so much, and in particular Wayne Brown for his work that he did over the weekend and during other days in the evening. So just wanted to acknowledge everybody. Kia ora.
Well, I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, none, carried unanimously. Thank you for that. We'll now move to item 7.2, the response to the targeted consultation on rates, otherwise known as the rates cap. So I shall, in deference, I shall put my rates cap on while we mock this piece of ridiculous legislation. And I have a can of baked beans here which represents the amount of saving that a month of that the ratepayers will get as a result of this fine work. It was independently assessed by somebody or other, and in that assessment they actually removed Auckland Council because our rates rises weren't sufficiently high to make it to the can of beans. We've got, the governing has asked us for technical feedback on this idea that even their agencies don't support. I did point out that there are better ways to be re-elected, but we've got Michael, Violet and Ross here to talk about our feedback, the first part of which is opposition to the central government re-election policy. And in short, we have actually kept our rate increases low, and we have been re-elected, so they haven't yet. And I enjoyed learning from Councillor Williamson how the tax take has gone from 77 billion to 115 billion, a rise of 48%, and rates have gone from 1.9 billion to 2.7, a rise of 40%, which is not either a big number either, in fact. The second part is that some suggestions on how to improve it. If they decide to keep this ridiculous policy, there are better ways of being re-elected than this. I note that it could actually lead to higher costs, all for a can of beans. There is some danger here. This could threaten our excellent credit rating, which is based on the fact that we can rate to get the money back, and so it could accidentally increase rates. But there you go. I'm mocking it a bit, but I'm sure it's excited some government bean counters, but there you go. I'll move this, and I think Councillor Hills will rush to support this fascinating piece of nonsense from Wellington. But there you go. I'll put it over to our august staff who will take us through this fine piece of work. Thank you,
Okay, good morning everyone. So in terms of the process and timeline here, so the government announced on the 1st of December their proposed rates targeting scheme, or generally known as rates capping. They have, they're not at the point of calling for submissions. They've asked for some detailed technical feedback, 5 questions about how the formula should work. So on the 1st of December, they've released some very limited information. It's just about a 4-page document, 2 pages with a 2-page appendix with a diagram that doesn't kind of make a lot of sense in terms of the formula. So it's been not a lot to go on in terms of policy initially. We've had discussions with DIA. We've asked for more information around the policy behind it. We received a whole lot of papers that were proactively released just before Christmas. We received hundreds of pages on Christmas Eve. The feedback is due tomorrow, so not a lot of time to work through all that stuff, but we've done our best in the time frame. These are technical. They asked, as I said, for technical feedback around the formula and the technical elements, but we have kind of taken a broader view around what do we think of the policy, what are the implications, and we've kind of gone a bit broader, and so I think it's important we bring it to the governing body to make sure you're comfortable with the feedback that we are providing. So in those papers that came out, it was It was really interesting reading to see the cabinet paper, but also the staff advice and that went in behind it. And there it's very clear that almost all government departments didn't support the proposal. They saw it as undermining a lot of their work programs where they're trying to work with local governments to achieve a range of policy objectives. Treasury in particular expressed some serious concern that rates capping may lead to underinvestment in infrastructure, which could create significant long-term challenges for the country. As part of the documents, there is quality assurance standard. There's independent reviews around the quality of the advice. The quality assurance statement in those documents found that there was a mismatch between the problem identified, the evidence available, and that the analysis was limited by the options the options considered were limited by previous government decisions. Overall, the staff advice, the government official advice concluded there was insufficient information analysis to allow ministers to make a properly informed decision. But they've made a decision anyway, and so we're giving our feedback on how to make the most of what is out there. As the Mayor's talked about, they've done some analysis around what are the benefits in terms of reducing rates, and they've identified $2.79 per month, but they've done that by excluding Aucklanders, so Aucklanders wouldn't get that benefit. There will be benefits to other ratepayers and other jurisdictions. As we've kind of gone through and analysed a lot of the support information, it's pretty clear that DAA and other advisors have drawn heavily on Australian examples, in particular in New South Wales, where there's been rates capping for some time. So the analysis, there's been independent reviews and analysis of the situation in New South Wales. Findings have been found that rates capping has created challenges for financial sustainability. About 50% of the councils in New South Wales have identified that, have reported that they have underfunded maintenance, and their funding of maintenance is inadequate. There is an exemption process where councils in New South Wales can go and ask to spend more money than the cap. Out of 128 councils, 127, all but one, have had to apply for an exemption to make it work. That process can take 18 to 20 months, so it's a very long time-consuming process to be able to get exemptions. And so what that's meant in practice is some councils have to prepare two budgets, one with government approval and one without. So you create these parallel budget processes and lots of time and uncertainty. So I guess those are the concerns we're worried about. If that's what our budget process starts to look like, it becomes very unmanageable and will create significant challenges for delivering for Auckland. In the New South Wales example, the caps there have been, it's changed over time, but the upper range has been 5 to 5.5%. So even up at 5 and 5.5% compared to the 4%, those councils have struggled. It's also important to note that in New South Wales there is significant funding from state government, general purpose subsidies, which aren't available in New Zealand. And some of that is funded by GST being returned to state government to funnel through to local councils. So none of that exists here. So we see that this policy could create some significant challenges for council. In terms of our current plans, we've worked really hard through each long-term plan to balance affordability versus investment in Auckland. So we're completely supportive of making sure rates and all other charges are affordable for Aucklanders, and that's part of the balance that we carefully give advice on. And I know it's been considered through each budget that there's always already a lot of consideration around affordability. So we don't think this policy is necessary or useful for Auckland. And we see it as creating some potential unintended consequences. It can limit what we can do. We have got our current prediction over the long term is a 3.5% rates increase. It's slightly below the 4%, but that gives us a very thin margin of error, 15 million. But we do know that even with our existing long-term plan, there's a lot of investment in there, but there is tens of billions of dollars of growth infrastructure, transport infrastructure, climate resilience infrastructure that's not provided for. So it does create challenges for us. So in the draft submission we've kind of set out some of these challenges and issues, and then we kind of go to, well, if it is going to happen, what does a least worst option look like? So we need to think about how do we make sure We are, it's not creating unintended consequences for the credit rating. It will clearly be negative for the credit rating, but we don't want to make sure, we want to make sure it doesn't create, drastic problems immediately. And we need to make sure that we don't have a unwieldy budget process that's really bureaucratic and time consuming and that really gets in the way of trying to deliver for Auckland. A key element of what the government's trying to do is provide certainty for ratepayers and avoid shocks. But the key challenge that we've seen with rates is not the percentage increase each year, which has largely been pretty moderate. It's the revaluation impacts where we've seen large swings and lots of people having 20, 30% rates increases. And this policy doesn't really address that at all. So I guess those are kind of some of the key points. I'll pass across to Violet to just outline a little bit more about the specific feedback we've outlined.
Thank you, Ross. As you've just gone over, DIA has written to our Chief Executive as part of their targeted consultation on the specific rates target model that the government has designed. In short, this model has a target range of 2 to 4% for rates increases based on economic indicators. While this is stated to be a target, we would need to apply to a regulator to move outside the span, making it more of a hard cap than a target. So in preparing our response to the targeted consultation, we've structured it into 3 core parts. The first part of the response outlines the Council's principled opposition to rates capping. The key reasons for this are, as Ross has said, Aucklanders are just unlikely to make the savings of $2.79 a month that the government has modelled up. Auckland Council's rates trajectory was excluded from these calculations given our moderate rates forecast as described by the government. The Council has been able to maintain this trajectory through the financial strategy where we already set a rates limit and consider rates affordability as a proportion of household income. And this has been supported by our strong value for money program. Auckland also has a large projected investment needs in areas such as reducing congestion, supporting population growth, where we're projecting growth equal to the size of Wellington over the next 30 years, and resilience in the face of a changing climate. Rates capping constrains the key potential funding source in addressing these challenges. Finally, the rates capping model may impact on our financial sustainability. Reviews of that New South Wales model have found that rates pegging has eroded the financial sustainability of their local councils. And our credit rating agencies have stated that this is a credit negative measure. This is because we would face greater constraints on our revenue generation at a time where revenue pressures remain elevated due to persistent inflation, wage growth, and infrastructure needs. The second part of our draft response identifies changes to the proposed model we see as necessary if the government insists on proceeding with a rates capping regime. Any rates capping model should not have unintended consequences for our credit ratings. This would not only increase our borrowing costs, but would also increase the borrowing costs of the entire sector, given we are the largest guarantor of the LGFA. Any rates capping model should not introduce unnecessary bureaucracy when the Council and Government agree on co-funding a shared priority. Any rates capping model should have an adequate target band. A 4% maximum is unlikely to be sufficient in order to address both Auckland's strategic challenges, but also any short-term volatility in interest rates or inflation. And lastly, a quick, inexpensive and predictable regulatory environment. Rather than councils being required to seek pre-approval from a regulator, and which, as Ross has said, in other jurisdictions can take 18 to 20 months, we've suggested a regulatory environment where when you move outside the range, it could trigger regulatory consequences such as increased oversight. This would be more equivalent to the Reserve Bank model it seems the government is relying on. The third and final part of the response outlines more specific responses to DIA's questions. In general, the response outlines that the Council does not support a formula which uses economic indicators in setting a target. Rates fund long life infrastructure in public and quasi-public goods, which is very different from much of the economy. We've also highlighted other challenges in the proposed formula, which include that relying on long-run estimates for inflation and economic growth could create problems when inflation and interest rates move beyond these levels in the short to medium term, as we're seeing right now with inflation at 3%. And also that relying on the consumer price index is a bit flawed. When the council's basket of goods usually contains more construction materials, software, and specialist staff than the average consumer. In terms of next steps, the council needs to submit this response to DIA tomorrow. After that, the government has stated that it wishes to enact legislation during 2026 for the law to be in place on 1st of January 2027. If the government does proceed, the full regulatory model will be in place on the 1st of July 2029. However, transitional arrangements will require us to consider the rates band when setting rates in the meantime. Given the timeframes on this more technical response have been compressed, we're looking forward to putting together a more comprehensive submission as part of any select committee process with more engagement across the council group. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for that. You mentioned that, Auckland kind of wasn't considering some of those calculations. Is Auckland potentially through the Auckland deal or any other mechanism able to be excluded from the rate caps via other mechanisms, e.g. the Auckland deal?
It's theoretically possible, but frankly unlikely.
Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. Yes, we had conversations with government yesterday, which they made it very clear that we're just like any other council. The questions I had on the funding. So it seems to me that the New South Wales model has two parts. One is the rates capping, but also the other part is the financial assistance grants. So the New South Wales government give about $3.5 billion worth of grants to councils for general purposes, and that, yes, there's local roads and we get that, but everything from general services to community services and education, admin and governance, recreation and culture, community amenity, public order, health and safety. It would seem, it's a bit of a patsy question, do you think that the government's kind of tried to apply the stick without any carrot?
Yes, so yeah, you're quite right. So New South Wales is different. There are general purpose grants. We don't have those. We have transport subsidies that are very specific. Also, state governments generally provide a lot of infrastructure rather than councils, and most councils don't use debt to anywhere near the degree that New Zealand councils do. In terms of, the government has kind of acknowledged there are some issues with the New South Wales and they want to tweak it a little bit, but they've kind of gone for a lower cap at 4%. So it's not quite clear exactly how that's done it. There doesn't seem to be, as part of this policy, any carrots. There's no grants, incentives, GST returning as part of this policy anywhere.
Okay. On the ratings agency, and we did bring this up at a meeting yesterday, essentially, isn't this similar to the problem we had with Three Waters, and the whole reason why they were split off is so that they were able to borrow as much as they needed, but also raise funds as much as they needed, obviously within a auditing process as well. Does this put a stranglehold on our ability to borrow at cheaper percentages, I guess, cheaper rates?
Yes, so the key issue with water was the unaffordability of the infrastructure investment required, and so the model for water care is financial separation. It's enabling them to empowering them to borrow with a strong credit rating, and water care will be subject to economic regulation by the Commerce Commission. The model there is all about the regulator going, well, what is the right level of infrastructure? What are the infrastructure requirements? And then, therefore, what is a fair price to pay for that? It doesn't start with setting a price cap, regardless of the infrastructure investment. So, and arguably, the water economic regulation that really starts with what is a sustainable level of infrastructure investment is probably a better model than what we've got here.
And on this, do we know who this unelected body will be? The government goes on a lot about unelected people making decisions. What and who will these people be, and what and how will they be responsible to the public? Like, how do we know they will accept our request?
For the regulator, so it's not clear, there's no clarity around who the regulator will be or how that will work, so that is to be determined. One of the key issues that we sort of set out in our submission is around service levels. Does the regulator decide how much parks is required, how many community facilities are required, the right service? How do you determine that? Is that a regulator determining service levels for local communities?
Yeah, the other question is on, so the good examples, and some people will think, well, your LTP is going to land largely under 4, so why does it matter? But the reasons why we've gone up higher than that were record high worldwide inflation, storms, extreme weather events. Do we know that all of those will be accepted, or could this regulator turn around and go, well, yep, you've had a storm, but you need to sell your port, you need to charge for library books, you need to charge for sports fields first before you go over 4%?
So in the material we've seen, they talk about it as 2 different categories. For things like storm events, natural disasters, then the direction, it's not clear how it works, but the kind of general direction is that councils should be able to do those things without asking for permission up front. You can just do it, and provided, so you don't have to go to a regulator, but you do need the minister's permission. So it's kind of ministerial discretion about whether something is a big enough disaster or not. And then the other bit in terms of investment in infrastructure projects, that's apply to a regulator for permission ahead of your LTP, which we're concerned would require long, lengthy lead times, overly complicates an already lengthy budget process, makes it really challenging. And what if through consultation you get different community preferences? Do you then start that process all over again?
And thank you, Mayor. And my last question, just on the rating agencies downgrading us even slightly because of our lack of access to immediate funds, which is a big part of why we've got such a good credit rating. Could it mean that that slight tweak could end up meaning that we end up paying more on interest than we would on services, and then we're capped? So say even a 0.5% change in our borrowing could be, what, $70 million a year?
So if there's an impact on our credit rating, it could have significant impacts on our interest costs. I mean, it's not clear. Rating agencies have looked at the proposal. It's clear that this is unhelpful. There are other factors that are helpful for Auckland in terms of having a future fund and water care separation and at the moment, good, strong budgets that are quite prudent, good management of debt. But they have kind of signalled that they'll keep a close eye on things and they'll see, well, what, do debt levels increase? Does deferred maintenance build up? And so from the Australian example, it's clear that these things have, these kind of policies haven't had an impact on financial sustainability. So there is a risk that there is an impact on the credit rating, and that will depend partly on the legislation and the detail of that. It'll depend on what budget decisions get made as a consequence of it. But you're quite right. If there is a credit rating downgrade, if investors are less likely to lend to us on favourable terms, it could mean higher interest costs. And the way the cap would work is that would then displace money we can spend on services and infrastructure. So it makes the problem that much worse again.
Thank you.
Thank you. That Councillor Fuller, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, team. Many of my questions have been answered by Richard's, Councillor Hill's really good questions. I guess I'm just sitting here wondering, given the unintended consequences that New South Wales has gone through, is it even possible, and given that there's no, government's not proposing to provide a source of funding, a carrot, so to speak, is it possible then for those unintended consequences not to happen? What's your feeling on that, if you're able to answer? Kia ora.
We struggle to see a way to completely avoid unintended consequences. We've tried to make submissions around how can you minimise them and make the best out of a bad situation. In some of the papers, I've talked about various models and options, from a target range to sort of hard and fast caps. So a model, and I think as Violet's outlined, we would prefer a model that had an indicative targeted range where things can vary outside of that, rather than having to go and ask permission in advance and then consult with the community, that you make good decisions, have a clear budget. If you go above it for a little bit, then the government will go, please explain what are the drivers, they'll look at it, and then they'll give you direction. And then there's a series of steps, intervention steps, if a council is outside of the range for a period of time without good, compelling reasons for that. So something that with that kind of flexibility, I think would overcome some of the challenges that we've seen in New South Wales. But the devil's in the detail. Well, how does that government intervention work? How and when do they regulate? But we think it would be much more practical for us to have something that has that flexibility rather than go and ask permission, wait months and months. And then by the time you've kind of gone through that process, long detailed budgets, governments, elections will have happened, priorities will have changed, and it could become quite unworkable. So we're trying to suggest make the best of it. How do you make the best of a bad situation? What does the least worse policy look like?
Kia ora, thank you, and I appreciate that really comprehensive answer as well. And we will have another opportunity to give feedback during the select committee process, is that correct?
That's our understanding of the government's intention, is to bring legislation through and have submissions through a normal select committee process, probably towards the middle of the year.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. Now that I've learnt how rudimentary our levers of control are in this political world, do you not think that this is it's a radical thing, but what's driving it? Is it an overall public opinion that the money they pay us in rates that we're wasting, that we're not delivering properly with it? So therefore this is a very rudimentary lever to try to pull us back into a different sort of spending practice. And if so, I mentioned things like the P27 reviews, a 10-year full facilities contract, which is going to be for around about 2.3 billion over the next 10 years. That's more than baked beans sitting there, and we don't seem to be looking at that with great vigour. Do you not think that this rates cap is just a crude lever to try to get us to look more firmly at our operational activities and costs?
I guess you'd have to sort of ask the government ministers what their driver is behind the policy. I think we are looking very carefully at those things, and through the Value for Money Committee and through all the various committees in the governing body, there's a lot of focus, there's a lot of incentive already. Political direction is very clear to look at efficiencies, look for value for money. What it's said in the policy papers, the problem that they've articulated is, some councils have had persistently high, double-digit rates increases, and there's a perception that some councils have, spent a lot of money on nice-to-haves. It's not really clear what that is or what things they're talking about, but there's a kind of there's a view that councils have strayed from spending on core services. And that the high rates increases, 10 to 20% rates increases year after year, is not sustainable. But none of that really, that situation does not apply to Auckland.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora, thank you. I guess quite a good opportunity to follow on from Councillor Turner's question. I mean, my sense of the purpose of this is to lower the impact of rates on households. And I guess one thing I noted that I feel missing from the submission, if we were to speak to that, if we think that is the underlying driver, right, is that there are alternative revenue options that may be more productive than trying a rates cap. And so, obviously, bed night levy discussion, the return of GST, which happens in New South Wales, the removal of the fuel tax, which had a significant financial impact on this council. So I do wonder if it's worth us expressing that in some way through this, that if the driver is to reduce council's reliance on rates revenue and therefore the impact of rates on residents, then alternative forms of revenue we think would be more more appropriate to achieve that aim. Is that something that staff would support or that we could potentially add? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, as we talked about, carrot and stick. Yeah, the government isn't offering any carrot through this. So I think, yeah, using this as an opportunity to ask for those tools would be really helpful. We have done that a little bit in the submission. There's a little bit about the bed tax levy. And yeah, we have noted the New South Wales example, but we can have a look at beefing that up potentially.
Maybe just to add to that, so if the problem is, rates are unaffordable for some communities across the country, and there's a whole bunch of unavoidable infrastructure cost pressures, how do you relieve that situation? And if there's other revenue streams, other taxes, etc., then that can be a solution. The Cabinet paper and advice ignores all of those things, excludes that for any consideration, so there's nothing in there to go on. We can certainly add some of that stuff into the submission as Violet's outlined.
Great, thank you. The other question I had was there's some stuff in there about not being able to really, given the timeframes and the fact that the information came out, I think you said Christmas Eve, and the deadline is tomorrow, being unable to have those conversations with local boards and understand fully the impact on targeted rates that they may currently or in the future seek, and also the bid rates. So at the moment, I think the submission, points that out well. Do we have any sense of what kind of future work we might sort of preemptively be able to do? Because I'm worried that we end up with a similarly tight timeframe again in the future. Is there some conversation we could sort of preemptively have with the bids team, with local boards about, hey, if there were to be this kind of scheme, what could that look like for you? I guess I'm just trying to think about how do we get ahead of this if we again end up with a short time frame that doesn't recognise how long it takes us to reasonably have those conversations. Thanks. So that was more of a process thing rather than the other one was more of a substantive thing. Thanks.
Yes, I think you're right. The timeframes here are compressed, and then the timeframes going forward may well be compressed. I think we could start to have some of those conversations now that with local boards and bid teams, business associations, etc. In the discussions we've had with DIA, they've made it really clear they see this as a sort of comprehensive rates cap that includes all rates. So including if a local board wants to consult with the community and they want to have more costs, they pay more locally to achieve higher services. That's part of the cap. Similarly, a bid association or even at an individual ratepayer level, there's things like if we want to use voluntary targeted rates for retrofitting someone's house or some storm damage for their property, that those even if someone voluntarily signs up for a rate, it's part of a cap. And so there are barriers to doing things even when people want to do things, which we don't think necessarily makes a lot of sense. If the problem is to try to reduce the rates burden for people. So the policy is clear at the moment. We can make our submissions. We think that the coverage there should be more thinking around that. We can start to have those discussions and then build up some of those views to make sure that it can then inform at the later stage.
Thank you. And final question was just around the exemption process. I just find it very confusing, the idea that we would potentially have an 18-month turnaround on a process that we undertake on an annual basis. Yes. How could that possibly work? And in the meantime, while we were waiting for a decision from a regulator, what would we charge? And we wouldn't be able to strike a rate, or we would have to strike a rate that was at the maximum while we sought an exemption and then get, I don't know, back charge people? How could that possibly work? Thanks.
I think it's a great question. We're not quite clear how all that works. The discussions we've had with DIA is they really see the LTP as the key process. So it's every 3 years you decide how much to spend and you don't vary from that, and that you would go and seek your exemption through the LTP before going and consulting with the community. So it makes the LTP process, which already takes 18 months, longer. If it's going to take 18 months to get approval, then that's like 3 years, a whole electoral term, to put in place a long-term plan, which would be kind of ridiculous. So we're not quite sure how that would work in practice, but we're concerned that, if we want to make progress on Auckland's infrastructure challenges and progress priorities in partnership with government, we need to have a bit of flexibility. We need to be able to make investment decisions and budget choices in a reasonable time frame.
Thanks very much.
Very good questions. I think perhaps the 18-month thing versus the annual plan ought to be highlighted in your submission. I've got the Deputy Mayor Simpson next, please.
Look, thanks for this. A lot of my questions have been answered, so I'm just trying to pull them apart for the ones that are left. But certainly, look, I want to start with a question around, if dare I quote him, the problem they're trying to solve. I mean, there's no doubt that what they're trying to do here is prove to the country, Auckland being a big part of that, that we don't want big high rates. Council should be more efficient at what they do. And I think, so my suggestion is, can we start with something along the lines of, we agree that, council should hold our rates as low as possible. And then to that end, because I think that's the whole reason. I mean, I saw the RNZ survey, people don't, it's one of the biggest expenses people have. So if you could start at the very beginning with the problem and say, look, we absolutely support your intention here, that councils, don't have unrealistic and unaffordable rates rises for the the people of the country. But then I think you need to go into some more detail around what we actually have done. And I'm going to ask you a question, is if we can strengthen, first of all, point 15, which is about our infrastructure deficit. So my understanding is, you've talked about New Zealand, but my understanding that Auckland's infrastructure deficit looks at something like 50 billion, right? So if we are going to be able to deliver that infrastructure benefit and catch up, we should actually talk about not what New Zealand's infrastructure deficit is, but what ours is. So my question is, can we add something in that to strengthen that point? Because the point I'm trying to make is we're doing a lot. Second point is, can we make in the submission that we're not part of the calculations? In other words, we start with what we want to achieve with you. We're not part of the calculations. This is some of the things we're doing. Point 18, my question is, to help you on point 18, we talk about value for money, one of my little pet loves, and you've only talked about the last 3 years. Value for money has delivered over $1 billion in the last 6 years. Now, that's a big number. So I wouldn't just restrain yourself to the last 3 years. Point 18, you talk about the previous term of councils, we delivered more than 600 million of financial benefits and blah, 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 which is really point. But why don't you cover the last 6 years? $1 billion, big number. On the rates cap of the maximum of 4%, if this is going to happen, whether we like it or not, are you thinking that there is a higher number than 4%? Or are you thinking never a number? Because if this is going to happen, can we, when I look at what we've got up, should we be saying, if you are going to do it, we suggest that the number is 6%. So those are some starter for 10s. And the other thing is, I absolutely back if it's going to take 18 months, you make it LTP focused. You can't make it annual plan focused. So can we make sure that that's in there as well? So those are some of my questions.
Yeah, maybe just reverse order. So in terms of the, I think LTP focus is helpful, but not everything can wait for long-term plans. So when we've had storm impacts in the buyout scheme, we can't just tell people wait for the long-term plan. We've had CRL cost changes and things. We've had to make decisions quickly. So a number of things can wait for the long-term plan, but we also need the flexibility to adapt. We can't always wait until the right point in a 3-year cycle So yes, we can, long-term plan is better than annual plan, but there needs to be, how do we make this quick decisions when Auckland needs quick decisions?
Just because I stop you there, so that's really good, so let's do that, but can we give them some tangible examples, e.g., you know, because I think you just need to give examples why this is really challenging for us. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. In terms of the 4%, you know, I think we tried to make it pretty clear on the submission. We think 4% is too low, and a higher number would be better. You know, if say 4% was a midpoint, that would be a good start. But the other element is just, as opposed to what the number is, well, what does the number mean? Is it a hard cap that you can't go above without prior permission, or is it an actual target where there's variability, and if you're above it, you have to explain, justify, and there is, you know, there's a process to resolve it if you're above. You know, it's some of the advice in the cabinet paper and support information talks more about that model, that target model, as opposed to a hard cap. But then some of the policy stuff come through applies it's more of a hard cap. You must ask permission in advance. So we kind of want clarity on that, and we think something that has more of a target as opposed to a hard cap would be much more workable.
One more thing, can we also talk to the fact that what we are doing as a council to get other revenue sources? You know, what I want to paint the picture here is we weren't part of the calculations. We keep our rates less than 40% of our income. We try and keep them as low as possible. We're doing all these things with saving money. We're trying new revenue sources. Set the scene. I mean, I know we're not the problem child, but we just really need to set the scene. In other words, because they will always find an example of something that we have done which they believe potentially is a waste of money, all right? And unfortunately, those things will happen. But so I'm just trying to give you some, I think the evidence-based will help you in the next stage, because I understand this is very, you know, we never do consultation over Christmas. This has been a very tough process for us in so much that we've got it very late in the year, we have to have it back. So I think the next stage is almost more important than this stage, but let's get as much in there as we can to build our case. And I just think we need to sell our story as better as possible. Sorry, that was moving into...
Just on that last piece, yes, we can beef out what we have done in terms of alternative revenue sources. One of the things that we've mentioned in here is actually this policy could have the opposite impact and could actually drive councils away from those, in some ways, less reliable revenue sources, because we have rates there as a backstop, you can build up these other revenue sources. But actually, what it may mean is that because councils are so constrained that they seek more predictability, and what that could mean in terms of interest rate settings and also in terms of non-rates revenue, where those can be variable if you don't have the backstop of rates.
And finally, on the credit rating stuff, we have maintained our AA credit rating, all right? Now that has been really tough at times. There are people around this table that sat through COVID and still kept our high credit rating. Now, I don't know what other councils do by way of their credit rating, but I know we've talked about it. I really think you need to play that up, because we could get a downgrade, you know, okay, my question, a downgrade of 1 or 2 points in our credit rating will almost take so much money from stuff that we can't deliver, we're even going further down the path. So I think, again, giving weight to our submission on the importance of our credit rating, and we've never lost it, ever. For all that some people out there in the big wide world think we're not doing very well, we've always kept it, and it's so important to keep, because lowering it costs us money, and the worry about what happens if that actually occurs.
Yes, so we're very mindful of impacts on the credit rating. I guess it's pleasing that DIA are aware of that issue, and we've got very constructive discussions with them, and they've talked to rating agencies before their announcement, so they're aware of it. I think the challenge is making sure that that the way it's implemented doesn't create unintended consequences. So the devil's in the detail. The rating agencies have looked at it, and they're sort of keeping a wait and see approach at the moment. But we need to make sure that the way this is implemented doesn't create unintended consequences. It has a much greater impact on the credit rating than perhaps people first thought. So there's a lot of stuff that we've provided in here, and we'll keep talking to DIA to make sure that the way it's implemented has the least worst impact on the credit rating.
Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, please.
Thank you. Thoroughly enjoyed reading the submission. That was cool. Did the cabinet papers in any way, I couldn't tell from the material I had, but acknowledge the current significant differences in terms of the starting point for each local authority? So I was in Dunedin when this news came through, and so quick back of the envelope calculation, property rated at $850,000 in Dunedin is paying 55% more in rates than in Auckland, so we'd have to increase our rates by 55% to be matching the equivalent in Auckland. So when we're talking about percentages, that's obviously quite significant. Is there anything in the cabinet papers or the draft formula or anything like that that acknowledges that, or is it just total blank slate, as Councillor Turner said, crude lever? Cool description, yeah.
I don't remember seeing anything like that in the cabinet papers. I would know. Other councils have raised that points in their draft submissions that I've seen. It's actually quite an excellent point, and one I wish I'd put in our draft submission.
I think the short answer is probably no. There isn't a lot in there. It's most of the language is generic and talks about all councils as if they're all the same. One of the 5 questions I've asked is, do there need to be variations between different types of councils? So they're kind of asking us that question.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I'll reserve my right to speak. So what consultation did the government have with us before announcing this rate capping proposal? Polls. Okay. Thanks, Mayor. I'll take that one. So just into the nuts and bolts, there was an interesting point about local board targeted rates. I just want to pick that up to kind of tease it out. So if they consulted and they implemented a targeted rate, that would count towards the overall cap of council, meaning this body would have to find more savings or raise fees and charges higher or something like that because of a body doing something that we have no say over. Would that be true?
Well, you would have say over the local board. You could tell the local board no, and you might decide you want to reserve all the caps for regional infrastructure investment, and so the incentive may be for a governing body to not let local boards or bids go above a certain level. So that is the way it works. If one part of Auckland wants to have higher rates, you've got to have less somewhere else, which we struggle to understand the rationale for.
Yeah, really troubling democratic implications there when we're a co-equal branch of local government, hey? Just a last one, it's kind of a nuts and boltsy, the New South Wales government essentially has to prepare 2 budgets, which, it's prudent for them to do that in their circumstances, but it sounds like a lot of work. So what would be the practical consequences on staffing and costs to prepare 2 budgets instead of 1?
So it would require a lot of time and cost for us, time and cost, time for elected members. It also creates lots of uncertainty. So if you think about transport investment and think going and building things, you wouldn't know whether you can proceed with capital projects until potentially the last minute. And that has always been a challenge that we've had. You can't just turn on infrastructure investment, turn it on and off at the drop of a tap. Same with events programs and things like that. There is always a lead-in and pathway. So having that uncertainty around, is it going to be budget A with lots of investment or budget B with not a lot? How do you actually implement that quickly? So you're kind of always in a transition phase. It would create lots of disruption. So there's cost, disruption, uncertainty. And in terms of the community, how are developers, how's the community going to know which budget you're going to go with? There's lots of unintended consequences all around.
Thanks, I appreciate that answer, and it's raised another interesting point there. So would it be fair to say that this runs contrary to things like a 30-year transport plan, for example, because the infrastructure pipeline is less certain? Would that be fair to say?
I think it's quite unhelpful. In terms of in terms of supporting long-term infrastructure investment, one of the, because you've had uncertainty about what you can afford in the budget, that is unhelpful. It's also, I think, unhelpful in terms of thinking about co-investment with government or the private sector on big long-term projects. because a lot of the time, council has to take a lot of residual cost risk. What if costs move higher or lower and your rates are capped? So the incentive will be to not take any risk, only enter into long-term agreements and long-term plans when you know you've got headroom, you know what the costs are. So it's quite a negative for infrastructure investment, and that's why I think Treasury's called out this policy might have serious impacts in terms of increasing the infrastructure deficit over time rather than improving it.
And that cost risk appetite will also flow through to operating costs. So in things such as interest rate hedging, in terms of council long run contracts, councils be incentivised to lock in prices over a long term, even if that has a cost. And because the certainty will be required, we wouldn't be able to take any cost risk. And so we would have to pay over the odds to know how much things are going to cost over time.
Thank you. Really appreciate your work on this. Thanks, Mayor, and I'll speak later.
Okay, Councillor Burns.
Thank you very much. 2 questions, please. Firstly, doesn't come as a surprise. Government has been going on for years about niceties versus necessities. The RNZ poll, what Deputy Mayor brought up, the facts are quite interesting. So for the public, $2.79, what the Mayor's saying versus what the Taxpayers Union is saying of $36.85 is quite a big difference. So what's correct, $2.79 a month or $36.85 a month?
Well, for Auckland, it's zero. That applies to other councils. The $2.79 is what's in the cabinet. Is derived from the cabinet papers.
Because they've sent out some stats and results today which say something different. So the second thing was following on from Desley Simpson's long-term plan and adding those projects in. So I guess 2 parts to that question is, A, in the discussions, obviously yesterday or in other times, has it been identified and can we do it, Deputy Mayor is saying, and add those projects in? Because as far as I'm led to believe, that it is saying that we can apply for in exceptional cases for projects, and that's not limited. So with it being long-term plan, we know the big projects that are forecasted. So would that be identified? Because isn't the answer that the process is allowing the increases for the major projects? That's what I've been led to believe.
So there is a process for exemptions. So if there's desire to do a large project and there's government agreement, there is some kind of a process for that. But I guess what we're saying is the time frame for that, the uncertainty around that is unhelpful. If it's going to take a really long time and it's going to take 18 to 20 months to get approval for it, that's really problematic. So we think the process of how you get approval, who makes its decisions, what are the parameters around that is quite important. And I think for all the reasons we've outlined in terms of impact on potential impacts on credit rating, that cost risk aversion, if the aim is to invest in infrastructure and make a difference, this policy is not helpful. And that the element, as has been discussed, there is already a strong focus on balancing affordability versus investment already, and it's not Auckland where you've seen those really large rates increases.
Just on that then, will we be adding in then about that we want processes sped up? Because if we land in a position that that's going to happen anyway, wouldn't we want to identify that we want the process, because there's other processes that are sped up and fast-tracked. So if we are identifying the long-term projects, why wouldn't we put in there that we want the process fast-tracked?
Yes.
Because we don't want to be held back from process, because that's the whole thing that they talk about is red tape. So why would they red tape infrastructure and transport projects that have been in the plan for so long?
it's a great question. We can't understand. I'm not quite sure why they've kind of gone down this sort of quite a bureaucratic process. It does seem to be contrary to other policies. So our feedback basically says, we don't support the idea of a rates cap, but if one is going to be introduced, then we would like to see it done in a way that makes these things as fast and as flexible as possible, so we can achieve those outcomes. So that element is in there.
Okay, I've got no more questions, so we'll have a little debate if anyone, but some of that sounded like a debate to me anyhow. But in the meantime, I've learnt from those questions that probably everyone will be declaring storms much quicker so that you can get underway to get the exemption. And the idea of an exemption taking 18 months for a 12-month LTP, I was Councillor Williamson's rather cleverly put that it's rather like a 10-month waiting list for maternity. I did raise with the powers that be yesterday that I felt that if you're really going to do this, why not electricity costs? And then very senior politicians, in fact the most senior one, suggested that rates were the biggest driver of the increase in cost of living. And I'm thinking that is complete rubbish. Electricity is actually closing down businesses and costing jobs. And it is already monitored by a government department. And I have some experience, having more than any of the politicians, having run 2 major lines companies. That's where a cap should go, or a cap on Air New Zealand flight costs would be good, because they've got out of control as well. You can now fly from Kerikeri on Barrier Air at only half the price of Air New Zealand. There you go. So we'll have a bit of debate about here. But we seem to be spending an awful lot of time debating something which is really a load of old rubbish, but I'll go through the process and I'll be opened by Councillor Ferry. Thank you.
Kia ora. Yes, I wanted to address that cost of living issue as well. Because I'm a nerd, I did do some work on how much transport had cost our family from November 2024 to October 2025. It was over double what we have paid in rates. And so the suggestion, and we're a household that uses public transport a lot, doesn't run expensive cars. Indeed, one of the cars that we use is a company car. So we have lower transport costs than most, but what has increased that significantly over the last couple of years is my children no longer getting the subsidies that they were previously getting through central government for their public transport trips to and from school in particular. That put transport costs up a lot for us. So if government is serious about reducing cost of living, they have some mechanisms available to them, things they've indeed used in the past to reduce transport costs, which for our household would have a more significant impact than a rates cap. I noted also that we pay more in insurance than we pay in rates for our household as well. The other thing I'd note is that Auckland Council already has one of the most accessible rates postponement schemes too, in terms of addressing hardship. I'm not saying that rates is not a hardship for some people, it absolutely is. We have a rates postponement scheme that basically you don't have to prove hardship. That's quite unusual nationally, so that's something that they might want to look at, encouraging other councils to look at. And the other thing that would be particularly valuable for those on low incomes that council could intervene with would be the Department of Internal Affairs rates rebate scheme, which is set at quite a low floor and a high ceiling for income. So they have some tools at their disposal that could help with the rates burden. I already asked in questions about helping us with some non-rates revenue, which again would help with the rates burden for those paying rates. So I strongly support this submission. We've made a number of suggestions, I think, that would improve it further, and looking forward to seeing how those are reflected in the final submission. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Came to me a bit quicker than I was expecting. Yeah, just acknowledging staff who've done an excellent job at summarising the many and varied ways that this is a problematic proposal. I do hope central government listens to these very well-reasoned arguments. Staff were right to essentially point out its failure as a policy in Australia, but I also want to point out its failure as a policy in the UK, where it's literally bankrupting several councils. I don't know how that benefits their residents and ratepayers. Rates capping, to me, is a total affront to democracy. The bizarre prospect that we would have to go cap in hand to an MP from Nelson or Gisborne or Wellington to get them to dictate our budget back to us in that way. That's insulting, I think, to all Aucklanders who vote us in to do that. And I think it actually essentially installs commissioners through the back door for councils across the country. The public, of course, get their say in our system through feedback to the annual plans. We consult on everything down to yellow lines on a road. Crucially, we consult on plans and how to pay for them every 3 years at the ballot box. That is how the system works. You go to the public and you say, this is what I want to do. The public rightfully say, well, how are you going to pay for it? And you've got to answer that. And then they put you here to do that. It is anti-democratic to introduce artificial controls on this, preventing us from actually enacting the will of the voters that put us here. Parliament would never accept such controls themselves. I'm not aware of any cap that they have on their revenue collection. There's no cap on income tax, things like that. And I also note that we actually maintain our assets much better than many government departments ourselves. So maybe getting their own house in order would be the first port of call. I have serious concerns about how this would impact our ability to fund much needed infrastructure. You don't need to go far, either in this country or looking at our own history as a city, to show that if you cut spending on maintenance or you defer it, which is exactly what would happen, you're just handing the problem down to the next generation, where it's 5 times bigger, 5 times more expensive. And it would be a serious shirk on our ability to manage the city's finances prudently. The problems aren't just long-term, they're in the day-to-day as well. And how it would work in practice is local government would have to cut services, would have to put increases on their non-rates revenue to cover it, probably both. So to support rates capping, I argue, would be to support hiking entry to things like swimming pools, hall hire, dog registration, all manner of these services, and to cut their services as well. It would be that would be a real impact on household budgets of struggling families. That's a cost of living crisis. Lastly, I note this is central government election year, also known as silly season, and governments across time and space love to have a crack at councils and see if they can get a few votes out of it. To me, that seems the primary motivator. Councillor Ferry noted the excellent ways the government could tomorrow help the cost of living for Auckland residents. And particularly, I would point out the rates rebate scheme that was mentioned could be adjusted to help low-income families in Auckland tomorrow. That can be done. But it's cynical politics, especially when you consider the amount of good that local government does in the everyday lives of struggling Aucklanders, from parks to libraries to clean running water, many else besides. Rate capping puts all these things at risk. It kneecaps future generations of Auckland communities. We should not support this. We should wholeheartedly oppose it, and I'm glad that this submission does that. Thank you, Mayor.
Here. Councillor Fuli.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair, and I'm just going to tautoko everything that Councillor Henderson and Councillor Ferry have said before me as well. And I have to say, I find it incredible that, you know, almost every department, almost all of their own departments have told them that they don't support a rates cap, and yet the government has chosen to completely ignore that feedback and pursue and go forward with this rates cap. And I have to agree with Councillor Henderson from the other side of Auckland when he says that, you know, this is about getting votes in an election year. That's probably the primary driver here. You know, that's the elephant in the room here. It's really popular at the moment to blame councils, to point the finger at local government and blame us. And so the government is jumping on that bandwagon in order to get a few votes, well, probably lots of votes, by sending a false message out to residents, to Aucklanders and to New Zealanders, that this is going to save them money and this is going to somehow cure the cost of living crisis. It's not, because if we're not able to get that funding through rates, as Councillor Henderson has said, we're going to have to get it some other way, by charging at our swimming pools, by charging at our libraries maybe, by closing down some of those really essential services to our communities. that we rely on. We've just talked about, you know, how communities really came to the fore and really helped during emergencies. We've seen that across the country recently. You know, this is not going to help the cost of living crisis in the way that the public are being led to somehow believe. And I want to also support that this is another example of central government overstepping and making decisions that rightfully belong to us in local government, that we have been elected to make. And although I think we as Auckland will do quite well, even if this does come through, given that the cap is at around 4%, I really feel for other councils, what the heck is Wellington going to do? Their pipes are bursting under their feet. A cap like this, it would be disastrous for a place like Wellington and many other councils around the country. So I strongly support the submission. I thank our staff for the hard work that they've put in over Christmas and New Year to get this through, and I look forward to perhaps a more comprehensive submission as well if we get an opportunity to do that and make another submission later on down the track. Kia ora. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councillor Burns said, I don't understand why they would want to add this sort of red tape. It is completely undemocratic. We don't know who has the final decision. And we hear all the time from this government about unelected people on councils. Well, it will mean that we have to go back to mum and dad at the big beehive and go, please, sir, can we please have some more? Because that is what is going to happen to us and to every council, no matter if it's they'll say it's automatic with a storm or a extreme weather event, but what is the level? Are they going to say you can pay for repairs, but you can't pay for adaptation? I've sat on panels with the local government minister, who's also the climate minister, talking about our need as a council to do managed retreat and to adaptation because they're not going to do buyouts anymore. If we can't, in our next plan or our next LTP or the one after that, plan and help our communities prepare for climate change, which we're seeing right across the country, that is not in our budgets right now. We have communities who are desperate for funding to protect them or to deal with the flooding that we've seen over the last few years. We will probably keep below the 4%, and that is what we're planning to do and trying our best in saving funding. But the times we've popped out of it are inflation, which is nothing to do with us, and that has been worldwide, nationwide. We had to do that. And guess what? We consulted with the public. And I remember sitting here with you, Mayor, saying, please, can we at least ask the public if they don't want to see these dramatic cuts to services? I think it was bus services, library hours, the Citizens Advice Bureau, environment funding, a bunch of things, local board funding. We said, can we ask the public if they'd be okay with increased rates if we didn't cut these things? And what happened? We had the record turnout of submissions, over 40,000, most ever, and 70% of Aucklanders who submitted said we would prefer to pay slightly more rates to protect all these services. So we've asked our community, we've said, what do you want, cuts or rates? And in that case, they chose rates. The local government minister has said to myself and yourself, Mayor, and to Councillor Deputy Mayor as well, oh, well, if you've got a big transport project, yeah, you'll probably get that. And look, like, say a pool or something, you know, if a community wanted that, yeah, you apply, you'll probably get that. Maybe in a storm, you know, you'll probably get that. Adaptation depends on the... So really, this is just a fake policy that is not real. So we can go to whatever government of the day it is and go, please, look, and then all we have to do is get that community to lobby that MP, and that MP talks to... We're seeing it right now with a whole bunch of things. And they will get the project over the line. But it's not a way to do a budget. That will take months and months, huge amount of money. Look at the water care compliance now. That's costing us over $1 million a year for a regulator. We'll be paying for the regulator that has to regulate the work we're doing. If we keep to the 4%, that'll be fine. But inflation is going up. Last month, inflation went up again. What if, like we saw in 2023, we blow out, our budget, our long-term plan blows out because inflation goes up, because our requirements under the PSA, the December issue of the inflation figure automatically increases wages higher than we projected in the LTP, our borrowing figures. The slight change in a credit rating, it could keep very good, but a slight change can mean borrowing, our sovereign risk goes up even slightly. If 0.5% of an interest rate on the borrowing we have right now is $70 million. That might mean we can keep to the 4%, but we'll have to move $70 million from services to interest. And I'm pretty sure that change, which people don't understand because it's not sexy to put in a poll or a headline, that change will still keep the public purse the same, but we'll have to do some dramatic cuts to what people want. And I know that every time cuts happen, whether it's libraries, bins, mowing of the parks, people complain. And that's going to happen again. I just think this is the most bizarre thing, apart from the politics, we understand it, to require of councils. And it's a shame that we did ask if Auckland could be removed from that. But they said no. We're just like any other council, because other councils have put up their rates 12, 15, 20%, while we were keeping ours around 5 or 6. We're all being treated the same. A big tut-tut-tut to councils who are democratically elected. So whether you agree with high rates or low rates, the fact is we're being told that we need to put our budget through processes the government doesn't have to do. They can pass a budget very quickly with no consultation. We have to have asset management plans. We have to do depreciation. We have to do auditing. We have to consult. They don't have to do any of those things. We're already doing all of those things, and now they're going to put a rates cap on, like New South Wales, but not put any of the transfers, that government funding, into what we're doing here, which will hamstring us into the future and leave future generations poorer for the decisions that the government will make this year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. The reason the rates are being focused on is because they're the most visible. We're talking about fixing Auckland. For the whole time I've sat here, we've talked about pay more, pay less, get less. We just never seem to be able to get to pay the same and get more. The public are angry about rates and are sympathetic to this because of what they observe. You know, just in the last 2 weeks, this is an Auckland transport issue, and I understand that we're in the middle of trying to restructure how that operates. But just in the last 2 weeks, I've been called to streets where footpaths have been rebuilt. Any layperson can see that. Why the hell didn't they do just further up the street where it's actually falling apart? Another street where there was cones put out 2 times in a row. There was signages put out 2 times in a row over a 3-week period. The locals all made sure they vacated the road. They came and nailed the little clippy bits in on all the road signs so that once they've resealed, you know where to paint the triangles, etc. And then they vacated and took everything away twice. The last time they sent everyone a message, oh, it's been cancelled. This is why people are looking at our spending and saying it's nonsense. And how can we possibly get them back on track? So, you know, I was approached by several entities during the election to pledge a rate cap, to give a rate cap pledge. I refused because of a bunch of the other comments people have made around here, which are valid. But there's that important, you know, lesson that we're all told when we're talking about complaint processes and all that sort of stuff. There's nothing wrong with positive criticism, and we need to use it to look at what the message the public are trying to send us, and not build a story to tell them why they're wrong. I will vote for this submission, but I am sympathetic to what is trying to be told to us here. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson, next, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And can I just say that this is an issue that is not binary. It is not a yes, I'm in favour of it, or I'm not against it. This has got so many nuances to it. And one of them I want to just repeat for you. The Mayor quoted him before, but I just want you to know this because it is quite hypocritical of a central government. Their tax take has gone over the last 5 years. I've compared 5 years running, from 77 billion to 115.4 billion, and that is a 48.5% increase. So their incomes have gone up 48.5% over the same time. For Auckland Council, our rates have gone from 1.976 billion to the 2.786 for the full year that I'm taking into account, a 41%. Theirs was 48.5, ours has gone up 41. So it's a bit rich for someone who is spending and taking an income's way higher increase rate than ours to be telling us we shouldn't be putting ours up. I find that just insulting. The second point in this nuance is to do with there are huge plots of land all around the city that the government own and don't pay rates on. Universities, schools, defence land, there's a mass of it. And I just think that if they were being genuine about what the costs were and that, they would actually say, well, we need roads and footpaths and water and wastewater to all our facilities, and so we will be paying accordingly to cover that. You take away a big pressure point off us on that. But I reckon the biggest one of the nuances is to do with the cost impost that central government put on us. They pass legislation all the time. I used to do it. And we pass legislation knowing there will be a major cost to ratepayers as part of that legislation. They know it. In fact, in many of the advisory notes from your officials, they say this will probably mean an increase in rates of. Again, I find it a bit rich that they pass some of the most ludicrous stuff, and please don't get me to list some of the ludicrous stuff because I could go on for another half hour, that imposes costs on us. That means we have to pose onto the ratepayer. And in this submission, I would wish we would put something in there that said, we demand of you that every piece of legislation you pass from here on out, you quantify what the costs will come to us. What you are passing on to us that we have to pick up, and that'll not be part of any rates cap. Because they could put another 2 or 3 bills through in the next year that put rates way over the cap, and we've got no say in it. So that, well, they already have, and they've done it over and over again. But can I then take the other side of the nuances and be really careful of this? I mean, I'm now past worrying about being re-elected because I'm not going to be in the biggest cost I'm worried about is crematorium costs. So that, all I can say to you is you need to be wary for you young people about being re-elected because this does resonate with voters. You don't think the government just sort of reached into its pocket and said, oh, what are we going to do now? They know from their polling what your voters think. And I am really concerned the flavour of this submission looks like we don't want to have any limits on us. We don't care about it. We're not going to have you tell us about how to limit it. And I think this could have been well more written about those stuff that government should be paying for and things other revenue streams like giving us a bed tax and things like the GST they rip off us. But in fact, if you put this submission, the newspapers and the news media will just go out, Auckland opposing, and you local councillors will have voted for opposing for, and it will hurt you if you are one of those that are interested in coming back here. So I'm disappointed in the way the narrative's been written and the way the submission's been made, but I think we should make a lot more evidence about the government is the biggest driver of costs. The government is the lowest payer towards what it should be, in other words, zero around the place. And if we got all of those tidy, then I think we probably could start to live within our means and live within a cap, but not while it is currently the way it is. So I repeat again, their revenue, I'll give you their annual revenue, 58.9 billion from individual tax, 29.2 billion from GST, 18.7 from company tax, and 8.6 billion from other. We don't even have that sum of money, and this is just from other. And so they've gone up 48.5% over that 5 years, and we've only gone up 41. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, that was a good one. Thank you for that. Emerged from the dark with a wonderful speech. Put some pressure on you, Councillor Sayers. Who's next?
Very good. Oh, well, look, thank you to my colleagues who have spoken and asked questions around this. I do think there's a lot of information that's missing, and I think we've touched on some of it, but I want to summarise some more. The fact remains that Auckland's projected rates adjustments are scheduled to be between 1% and 4%, as the government is seeking, i.e. 3.5% from 2017 onwards. That balances our books in terms of inflation, in terms of catering for Auckland's growth, in terms of infrastructure, and doesn't involve cutting of any services. Now, councils may be tempted to increase their fees and charges, and I don't think in our submission we've shut that door, and I'd just suggest to officers that that should also be included as feedback as well. If the government wants councils to focus on core business, it would be helpful for them to define what they believe that core business is. We've had discussions around this table in previous terms and haven't been able to come to a firm conclusion of what that is. In other words, things have remained as they are. But if they're expecting things, for example, dropping social or well-being projects or community events, what do they expect to happen to that funding? Are they going to fund those? Do they think that's important in terms of supporting the citizens of Auckland? And Auckland ratepayers do not have bottomless pockets, and a rate cap does give the public an assurance that the Auckland Council will be financially disciplined. Auckland Council must do better with reducing unnecessary and wasteful spending, must do better in terms of the levels of bureaucracy, and the rate caps basically is signalling a comfort to the public that that's what the government wants to see. Finally, I'd like to see the government pay rates on the properties that they own. Our 3.5% rate increases generate round about $90 million a year. If the government did pay rates on their properties, that would generate about $38 million a year. And if they paid the GST back, we're talking a whole different ballgame. We're talking $400 million a year coming back in the coffers. You probably wouldn't need to move your rates at all. It's equivalent to about a 16% adjustment. So just to the officers, I firmly believe that that should be included in our feedback. I support the principles that are behind the thinking of a rates cap, and on that principle, I'll be voting against the recommendation in front of us today. Thank you.
Good speech. Well, there we go. Who would have thought? Councillor Watson.
Good speech. Yeah, I think some of the the rather dismissive comments are failing to pick up on some of the real concern that's out there, and I think to represented it as just kind of political posturing. Well, there is certainly an element of that, but I think that's misleading as well, because I noted last year that the Office of the Auditor General did a report, an investigation into rates, and without going into detail, they concluded councils are increasing rates at historically high levels and their debt also to some of the highest levels in decades. These factors create risks to councils' long-term financial sustainability. So I'll say those last couple of words, long-term financial sustainability. It's not just a matter of a government perhaps doing their polling. If you look at the trajectories of all councils, and ours included, in terms of the rate increases, in terms of borrowing indebtedness, it's on a disturbingly upward trajectory. And the Office of the Auditor General is a relatively neutral body, so they're not politicised. They're making that comment. If I look at our own council rates, and I know this has been rushed through, and I have sympathy for the people having to pull together this submission, but in some ways it's a bit of a lost opportunity, and I don't think just to acknowledge the community concern and say that we have kept our rate increases modest is really going to cut it. It's not going to cut it with our public, that's for sure. Last 3 years, our rate increases were 7.5, 6.8, 5.8, 7.9 proposed this year. That's about 28.8% cumulatively. In many areas, it's been a lot more than that. And yes, we acknowledge the effects of revaluation,
If I take big chunks of my ward, for instance, the average increase was well over 10% in the last round. 45% of people experienced increases between 10 and 20%, meaning that for them over the last 3 years, and I'm thinking of people on fixed incomes in particular, their increases alone were over $1,000. Now, what really stood out to me was the number of people, particularly people on fixed incomes, but also young couples with mortgages, how they plan their household budgets down to the last dollar virtually, and an unexpected rate increase or increase more than expected has a real effect on them, psychologically as well as financially. So, you know, that's, I don't think, to be dismissed in the manner in which has happened. If we are sure of ourselves, then we should really be hinting we're willing to challenge some of these assumptions. The sort of one of the drivers being that you know, councils should be more prudent in their budgeting or that they're wasteful. Let's open up the books. Yeah, there'll be instances where there is overruns, it doesn't look good, but if we are that confident in spending our money carefully, then let's challenge the government over that. Let's also challenge them, and this was an opportunity, over the level of public funding that local government receives. In New Zealand, we're well below the OECD average. We're about 11% of public spending. The government itself accounts for about 90%. So if, as Councillor Williamson was saying, that is disproportionate and that we're doing really well with the 11% we have, well, let's challenge that, if that is indeed the case. Obviously, there's people in the government who think differently that's not the case, but that should be put on the table. The last person in this place who actually put that out in the public forum was Councillor Penny Webster, ironically enough, back in one of the first 2 terms of the council, who questioned the notion of rates funding. What we're saying here essentially is, well, look folks, we're doing okay. We don't mention the fact that unlike other councils, you know, we've had the opportunity of windfalls of like $1 billion, best part of $1 billion of selling off airport shares to help balance our budgets. Those golden geese, or whatever you call them, they're just about run out now. So, you know, our look in the years to come might not be quite as rosy it's been with this 10 years of accelerated asset sales that we're looking to ramp up yet again. So I think there are real concerns here. The government has picked up on that, but more than that, as the Auditor General has said, there is a question of sustainability here. You can't just keep putting rates up at this level without repercussions, getting people to, you know, to defer their debt. You know, that's, people have worked all their life to be debt-free. That's not in the psyche of a lot of people. That's not a solution. So I think with all due respect to the time constraints, we should be putting out the challenge to do with the percentages of public spending. If we are confident in the spending we have, we should be opening our books. But what we should not be doing is dismissing the hardship and the concern that the level of rate increases that we, amongst everyone else, have imposed are somehow to be dismissed, because they're not. They're real and they're felt by significant parts of our communities.
Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. Yes, I think you have to be very careful about getting into a parallel universe situation where we in Auckland Council, the super city, become very defensive if the government, by implication, at least questions our financial management. I think it would be quite unwise. The wording of this document is unwise, in my view, in the way, as Councillor Watson states it, is dismissive of the government and its intention. We could be well out of step, out of touch with ordinary people. Now, the government is facing an election, and so it's obviously hypersensitive to what people feel about council rates. And And well, they might, because people are concerned about the ever-increasing cost of rates and the, if you like, diminishing return the people of Auckland in particular are getting for their rates. And that suggests we have a fundamental problem in this council, which we appear to be in denial about. The council has, over the last 10 years, has taken about $15 billion in rates. We intend to take about 3.3 billion in the coming year from the public. The public have been squeezed. The public have been squeezed. And of course, you know, there are all sorts of other charges, but our one keeps going up all the time. Interest rates can be a real concern for the public. Mortgage interest rates, when they go up, they do go down, but our rates never, ever go down. Always up and up and up. And what they get back for it, the public, seems to be less and less. All through this document, there's reference to our responsibilities about facing strategic challenges, transport, rail, and so on. And these are big ticket items. There's no doubt about that. But our record here is concerning. Councillor Williamson talks about the charges the government directly or indirectly imposes on us. It's fair, that's a fair comment, but we never ever push back. Now, a case in point coming in reference to transport is Kiwi Rail access charges, just as a little example. An example that actually reflects not on Kiwi Rail as such, but on us and our competence. We've had rail shutdowns since 2021, about 10 times as much in terms of outages and block of the lines and so on as the average Australian network, big city network. And at the same time, 595 days of shutdowns, 180 full days, no services at all. And at the same time, go back 5 years, this council was paying Kiwi Rail $25 million a year for access, for rent, to the landlord, if you like. Now we're paying about $92 million a year to the landlord. And if you take that analogy further, it's like the house that we're renting is not, whole rooms are not serviceable, but we've still happily, without question, without pushback, without challenge. In fact, people have got up and justified it. But it all comes down to the ratepayer who have to pay this. I just think that we need to realise we have a fundamental problem, rather than talking about costs of cans of baked beans and other nonsense in this submission. We should be saying, yes, we recognise there is a problem here in terms of our costs, and we're serious about working with you and getting to the bottom of it. No, we won't say that. We're in denial, and we're in denial. The fact is, given the enormous amount of money we've been collecting and the enormous amount of money we've been spending, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. And the people of Auckland and the people of New Zealand, I understand about 75% in public opinion polls have had enough, and it would be wise for us to listen a little bit more carefully rather than getting into our bunkers and getting into denial and living in a parallel universe That can't last for too much longer. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think as a council, we have taken on a lot of measures to make sure that we're spending the public's money carefully. There are things where, of course, we need to really hammer in regarding contract monitoring and management, because people are right. They talk about what they see, and there's so many issues with how contractors are out there digging twice, not doing the job properly. People always raise it with us. There's that, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we are, value for money committee, the value for money assessments, making sure that capital spend is necessary and affordable. But I think the issue for me really is around power and how, as governors of a city, our power is being restricted in doing what the legislation requires us to do, which is making decisions not just for present but for future. And that is severely hindered by the fact that we will have less options of revenue gathering to do what we need to do for our city. I think Councillor Foley mentioned Wellington and their pipes. We still have infrastructure needs here resulting from historic underinvestment in water pipes, for instance. We still can't go swim in the beach after it rains because there's poo and sewage in there. Now, having a rates cap will significantly limit our options of how we address our infrastructure issues in our city. And just this whole government kind of standover on us as the biggest city in the country, where, we're being told you can't do this, you won't be able to do this, from a government that is philosophically about less state intervention. And here they are just coming straight in and taking over pretty much our role as governors of a city, where they need to be focusing on the country. The report clearly identifies that we are going to pay anyway, especially in the long run, as a city. So we're going to pay either as ratepayers or we're going to pay as taxpayers. This means that we're going to need to find the money somewhere, and it's almost like the government is putting us in a position where we're going to have to go to the government and ask them for more money to help do what we are supposed to do, and we are having fewer options to do things ourselves and govern the city. Thanks.
Councillor Bartley. Councillor Baker, please.
Thank you. And Morris, concerned about what you're thinking of ahead, I've got a large incinerator. I'm happy to help. Yeah. Look, I'm going to be supporting the submission, but I have real sympathy for what the government's trying to do here, and they are simply reacting to what they're hearing. And as Ken sort of talked about, they are simply reacting to what they hear from people. I'm not sure whether we are the target, and we are getting caught up in it. We have to think about. Our rates revenue is far less of our general revenue or overall revenue, because we do have the opportunities to have revenue for other sources. Other councils, smaller councils, don't actually have that luxury, and there are some councils around whose rates revenue is up at 90%. And so, it's a pity that we are, and it's a pity there's nothing in there that sort of recognises, it does sound a bit tossy. Talking about how different we are, but we are, and it's our pure scale. This to me feels like it's a bit of it is a sticking plaster. It's a cheap one though, and it won't I don't think, stand the first shower as you do when you buy cheap plasters. But, I do take on board what Morris said before, and it's the wording of our submission. I think we have to be really careful that we're not just coming out and saying, no, we're opposed to this because the
the perception of that is that we're quite comfortable with rates increases continuing. We're quite comfortable, and we shouldn't be. And I think that's been made pretty clear, and there's been some good things talked about that today. We should not be comfortable that we can continue. That's reality. And I guess, you know, the thing that I listened to really carefully, and there was a comment by Russell Michael, and it was about one of the big issues that we've just suffered from is the vagaries and the swings of the capital rating system. And so, you know, we have people in our ward and Greg's ward be the same, where their rates went up over 50%. And so, you know, we can't ignore that. And that's because of the vagary of the capital rating system and how it swings. And I think that, you know, that what's being missed here is that we're actually missing an opportunity. The government's missing an opportunity to look at rates. It's an old dog, and it needs to be dealt with. We need to find other ways, other than a property tax as being the main main revenue for councils. No one seems to want to talk about that at government level, and we should be. And because it can't continue, because if we continue to do the same thing, we'll just continue to get the same outcome. So I'll be supporting this. I think it'd be good to maybe soften how it is that we write about it. You know, you know, the government is purely reacting to what they are hearing, and it's coming from all political sides. It's going to be an interesting sort of 9 months I'm picking. But they're responding to comments from all political sides. People are fed up with paying too much rates, and they're fed up with seeing it just in other areas, particularly skyrocketing double digits and big double digits. So thank you.
Councillor Newman, please.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak, Your Worship, but you know, the optics of very well-paid politicians giving very glorious speeches that sound a little bit like they're quite delighted and comfortable with rate increases. The optics of that don't really wash with a lot of ratepayers, a lot of Aucklanders, and I think it does unwisely play into the hands of those people who are, you know, quite strident in their support for a rates cap. I don't, you know, rates. This is a very difficult and sensitive topic. I'm quite torn because, you know, I could argue this both ways, and I probably will end up supporting the submission, but I really wish the submission was devoid of some of the language that's some of the language that I think is going to be contained in it, and actually reflected upon the story of how Auckland does arrive at its budget setting, and avoid some of the stuff that I think makes us look like we are very comfortable when in fact we don't always have the best story. Circa, I've got a project in my ward, Hengaia 2, which was supposed to be a $12 million road widening project from Kunu Road down to the bridge that separates Matt's and my ward from Andy's. And the funding for that was cancelled as part of an agreement between ministers and the council, not you, but the council, in order to redirect that funding for projects undefined but part of a future scope for housing development elsewhere. Never mind the fact that that project was necessary, never mind the fact that there is growth occurring, never mind the fact that people assume that development contributions are going to pay. That funding was cancelled, and this council was party to that cancellation. That road widening project still needs to take place, but how do we fund that? Because the agreement to do it was cancelled. So those stories don't appear in our submission, and we wonder why ratepayers do get frustrated. So this will be difficult because I actually do want to support the submission because I do agree that there are concerns with the scope of the rates cap, but I'm kind of feel a little bit like Andy. And actually with Morris as well on this, but I really wish that we could come up with submissions that are not
just so comfortable with stating how wonderful we have been as a council when, frankly, our budget setting at times has been inadequate. And by the way, I opposed the regional fuel tax, and I was very pleased when that fuel tax went. And the reason for that is I said at the time that we were going to have that regional fuel tax. I doubt that it will actually be used expressly for the purpose for which it was set. And you know what? It was not used expressly for the purpose that it was set. It was used for some of those projects, but not all of them. And so that's why that fuel tax, and you can say, oh, well, yeah, but it caused another problem, a consequence. Yeah, be that as it may, you know, when you lose the faith and the confidence and the agency of the people that are paying the bills, that's another problem. But in saying that, Your Worship, I know that in my ward, that we are going to cost the ratepayers an absolute bloody fortune over the next few years with some of the projects that need to happen. And I can't advocate for that spending without acknowledging that it has to be funded somehow. So it's a difficult submission for me to support, but I know I have to be consistent. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, this is challenging for me because I don't want to sit around this table, I never really have, and just say no. I want to give reasons or help the people that we're submitting to understand our unique situation. I absolutely share the government's sort of overall intent that, you know, they want to stop councils just doing what they like and charging anybody any amount of money and making that so unaffordable. I get that. I get that they're hearing that from the people of our city and the rest of the New Zealand. I get that. So but I've also sat here as part of my questions and helped our finance. Will you stop talking while I'm talking, please? Shh. I've also gave questions and suggestions to the finance team to build in our story. So to start with an opening comment that says we support your intent of making sure rates are kept as low as possible. But do you understand, one, what we are already doing and what a constraint at the current levels that you are suggesting, what that will mean for us? And so for me, if we tell that story, if we tell the story about $1 billion worth of saving, if we tell the story about our other income sources, our better value projects, our financial management, to help them understand and to ask for some flexibility. I mean, when Ross said if that 4% was the midpoint and that was the answer, that would be okay for us, right? But we're also looking at probably the highest rates rise we have ever had in the history of this city. And I think we need to be wary of that and know that that really hurts for some people. We can't keep, you know, the people of Auckland often say, can't keep putting rates up by this amount and this amount and this amount. So the purpose of this paper is to feed back to government. And I think what we need to do is also feed back to government that we support their intent, but these are the constraints. And I also think we need to feed back to government and say, and give examples of things like we want to be, you know, the city that has the most events and does all that kind of stuff, but you're limiting us because you're not giving us some of those tools at the same time. And if you cap that, that will make it so much harder for us. So I am, in some respects, being dragged into supporting this submission as long as it is framed in that way. And I can't see Ross, but I can see Michael. I suppose if I've got confidence in the positivity and the ways that we will put our arguments into the submission, it will get my support. And the other thing is I also want to remind the government that whilst they pull legislation in for the whole of the country, Auckland is different. It takes the roles of two types of councils. And so to that end, we should also try to have that point of difference. But the only thing is I don't support just a blanket, I don't support a cap. I absolutely do support the fact that we should try and restrict the unlimited rates rises that should go through. So I will support it because I want government to help understand where we're coming from. But I also do think that the next stage that we have, Mayor, where you have to continuously talk to government. The next stage that we have to go down to Wellington and to present to the Select Committee and ask those questions, that's a very, answer question, it's a very important part in the process. So I'm kind of with Daniel and Andy. I want to help the government understand. I want to put something in. I'm not just going to say no, but I do want to make it very clear that I do understand why they're doing it. Because the people of Auckland, including the country and of course include Auckland, do have a problem with rates. It's their biggest expense. And if it's not their biggest, it's one of their biggest. And we've got to prove that we're doing everything to hold them as low as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Gillen, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We've heard a lot of comments from both sides of the debate on suggested changes for the feedback, but nothing in the motion actually indicates any of those changes are going to be made. So I think everyone is working on the basis of what they think the changes should be in there and voting that way. Can I suggest that with the permission of the meeting that you change B to say something more along the lines of delegating to the CFO in consultation with, and then who you think that may be appropriate, yourself or Deputy Mayor or others around the table, to make those appropriate changes. Because otherwise, the way it's written, I'm not sure how the CFO is going to consider what being mentioned around the table is appropriate or not, because there's been so many different changes suggested. Either that or actually list the changes that are going to be made as bullet points in B. Thank you.
Most of what's been suggested is in the submission.
Yes. Councillor Hills, I think. Yeah. I think you've challenged us a bit there, and you've challenged the Chief Financial Officer. The thing's got to be in tonight, doesn't it? Right, it's got to be in tonight. So I don't think we can saddle the poor fellow with anything which is untoward. We do have the opportunity to attend public hearings. The Deputy Mayor who told me yesterday not to go to Wellington is now telling me this morning to go to Wellington. And so I can see that she's also has $1 each way on this. So we can go to Wellington via Teams. You know, you don't have to get an aeroplane and just talk to them. I think the Wellingtons got the internet now, haven't they? They haven't got sewage pipes yet, but...
Your Worship, in answer to Councillor Gillen, though, did you hear what the Chief Financial Officer said? So I think it's important to answer his question, and that is, Ross said, I asked Ross, are all the changes that have been discussed being able to be added to the submission? And your answer was, Ross? Yes.
I think Ross has been taking notes, and we will have a crack at those changes. We have to allow somebody to make a decision about that. I'm quite happy to have the Chief Financial Officer joined by the Chief Executive or somebody else who really wants to be amended. I've heard it would be quite complicated because I've been listening carefully around the table. We have people who have heavily subsidised ferries worrying about the increase in the cost of rates around the table. We have, beg your pardon? Oh, yes, people who, that's usually paid, isn't it? Out of the budget that was covered me, but we have very heavily subsidised ferries, which clearly come back to the rates. We have people who have had the luck to have their values of their land increased. That affects the rates, but that's perhaps calling for a cap on the valuation changes. The Prime Minister himself yesterday told me that, in fact, most councils have lazy balance sheets and could borrow a lot more. And so for those people who are worried about that, the government seem to think we should borrow more and more. I personally oppose that, and I'm begrudgingly allowing our debt to creep up, but not at the rate of the increase of our assets. It has to be said that this is really an intrusion, yet another intrusion from central government in an area we have to consult on every single penny we spend. We have done nothing but being miserable since I've become the mayor and keep a lid on things. We're working hard, we're taking over Auckland Transport to stop them wasting money. Stopping wasting money is the number one policy that I was elected on, and we keep going on and on and on about it, but people don't want to stop the waste where it's their own little ferry or their own little local thing or their own park. It's not easy, but I think that perhaps right at the start of this thing it should be said that the kaupapa of this council is to stop wasting money. And we've worked on it. We haven't managed to eradicate wasted money yet, but we are working on it. And I think that's important, and we would suggest that they might like to do that. It is absolutely clear that this is based on polling, and the public do. But if you have polling and saying, will you have a rates cap? People say, of course we want a rates cap. If you won't have a rates cap, but you won't have anybody driving the trains you've just spent $6 billion for, then you get a different answer. And so I think the tone of this is pretty good, really. Electricity costs are easily the highest increase that we've had in the last year across the country. There's no escaping that, whether you've got cheap land or valuable land. And that we have an engineering markets authority. We have endless bloody people looking at that, and they're going up. And so I think the tone is about right. We say that we don't support this. We've raised a whole lot of other things in there about it. And those of you who wish to attend Wellington and can want to talk on a Teams talk to Wellington, you're welcome to do that. This is a submission which basically they have the power to do this and they're going to do it. That was what we're told yesterday. We're the government, we're going to do this. There you go. And that's cool. We are the council, and still at the end of this year we will still be the council. But they may not be the government, which is probably what's driving a lot of this. And I'm not involved in that decision. So I think we've heard enough really now, and I think we're going to have a vote on this thing. Parison has been called for a division, I understand, thanks to Councillor Foley, and it's entirely in her right to do that. We're now going to test our skills on our little computers to see if those of us who can do that, and we'll award a full vote for those and a half vote for those people who can't. No, it's a joke. Sorry, off you go. So it has been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hills. You will call Nona. We're going to press the little things on, it'll pop up on your screen shortly.
Yep.
And you'll make a decision as to whether you think this is a great idea or a silly idea. Okay, thank you.
So councillors, we have had a division called on what you can see on the screen. We will be doing it electronically via Resolve, and we will start the vote now.
See, look at that. Crack the code. Certainly not the slowest one to do it.
No, she's got to get his vote manually because he's not on. Yeah. There you go. Carried. Mm-hmm. So that's carried 14 votes to 6 with 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to call a break for lunch. We'll start at 1:15. Thank you. And apparently there is a salad being served along the wall there. For, those of you who want to chip in $1 to help the ratepayer are welcome to do that. Gentlemen. I've got a quorum, so I'm opening the meeting, and we are discussing the proposed changes to Category 2P Property Risk Mitigation Scheme. Mace is here to talk to about the buyout program and how we can increase the value cap of 223 to avoid the properties becoming Category 3, where we'd be on the hook for a larger thing. Some people are behaving a bit greedy towards the end of this run here, but we do remind them this was optional. It doesn't give you a right to it. And so we're being asked here to allow the value of the work to category to rise above what we initially set. And but it's optional. We're not the insurer of last resort, and this will be the last of these that ever happens, I'm sure, in New Zealand. Personally, I would like to add to this here that I think that if these people get a bit more, they should pay a bit more. I think the 5% wasn't nearly enough. That was a mistake. Not having a cap on it was an even bigger mistake, but here we are. Deputy Mayor, would you like to move or second this one? Move, Deputy Mayor, seconded by anyone feeling complicated about that? Nobody else wants to. Andy Baker himself, one of the great seconders of life. Righto, Mace, the floor is yours. Whiz us with your brilliance.
Kia ora mātātou, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor and members, good to see you in 2026. Just a bit of context, we are coming towards the closure of the recovery program and really building towards that. I'd just like to acknowledge your significant support in reaching this point, and also the support of Aucklanders and particularly those people who have been affected. I think there's been a really high degree of cooperation and collaboration at getting to a point of having people who have a safe home to live in. We're asking you today to approve changes, as you said, Your Worship, to and provide certainty to the Category 2P Risk Mitigation Scheme policy and provide a cost-effective conclusion to the co-funded schemes that were established as part of the 2023 weather events. And secondly, reinstate the Storm Recovery Political Advisory Group to provide any guidance that's required between now and the closure of the office at the end of June. Significantly, the overall program, we're over 90% through that program now. For Category 2P, so those property level risk mitigations, we are approaching 50%, and of the remaining projects, they are well underway in terms of a design and feasibility for those projects, working with landowners. I think transport, we're 97% through for the transport program, roads reinstated. That's not to say we haven't suffered some transport related slips from the last week's few days weather events. And the blue-green projects are really what we're moving now from repair to one of resilience in this recovery, and the blue-green projects in Tiarata and Haranea in Mangere are well underway, and with a completion date at the latest by June, and then Ngā Wairau and Manua Awhenua in Rānui Swanson are in the design phase. So Category 2P, the risk mitigation scheme was originally set up in November 2023. The 2P properties are feasible where a mitigation project can be delivered within 2 years and at a cost no more than 25% of the 2021 capital value of the property. We have seen some changes in that, or a discretion up to 35% contribution where there's a feasible project where a property can be feasibly reduce the harm for anyone living there, and meets the objective of the scheme of allowing people to move on from intolerable risk to life, and that's an important point. The feasibility assessments at this point of the program indicate 13 further projects are expected to land somewhere between 25 and 40%, most of them closer to 25 than 40, you'll be pleased to know. So in providing clarity and certainty to those homeowners and for the council it's quite an important thing to, at this point in the program, shift that budget, or shift those terms. We've had discretion, as I mentioned, since April 2025 to fund up to 35%, and that's provided in the current terms of the scheme. And the discretion provisions have been used in 12 cases and had a net benefit in terms of affordability for public funds of just over $12 million. So there's been there's a net benefit there, and importantly, people have been able to stay in their homes and in their communities. I would just reflect back on some of the overall scheme that was consulted on back in August 2023. So there were 4 policy principles, and those related to having an effective scheme, so one that was easy to recruit into, and supported people to have a safe living situation where there was a future risk to life. Affordable, acknowledging that it was funded by homeowners themselves to a degree, obviously using insurance, and then public money through ratepayer and taxpayer, which you've talked quite a lot about just this morning. And being fair and in line with the policy intent, and applying that equally across people, and equitable. The scheme needed to be equitable for those most in need, so those homeowners affected, but also equitable to those who pay. So in our case, in your case, ratepayers and taxpayers. So I have Tanya with me. We're happy to answer any questions and provide you with any information you haven't got from the report. Thank you, Worship.
My first question is, I know the report is clear, but can you, just for the public record, can you please explain the financial exposure between the recommended option and sticking with the 25%? Which would see people move to Cat 3. One has a $14 million price tag and one is a 1.2.
Thank you. Through the chair, the way that has been calculated is that we've looked at what would the total cost or the estimated cost of having to purchase these properties under the Category 3 buyout scheme, and then we've netted off what the impact would have been if we'd had to of the 2P scheme. So effectively looks at the net difference between the two schemes.
Thank you for that. And just for clarity, public clarity, is there any distinction between slip-based and flooding-based properties and the way they are treated? If so, what is that distinction, and if not, why not?
No, there's no been treated equitably across the scheme. Of the 13 remaining, there's 3 or 4 land stability properties, which also have a flooding risk as well. But across the scheme, Deputy Mayor, no differential.
We're talking about the remaining properties because it's always the toughest when you get to the end, right? You do the easier ones first. Are you confident that there's a fair solution that removes the intolerable risk to life in each case, which is why we put this together in the first place?
We have, of the 75 remaining in the 2P and program, 35 of those 75 have already gone through their initial feasibility phase. I'm quite confident based on we've put a technical help desk around this with our individuals working with property owners on a case-by-case basis. I'm really confident there's a feasible solution, and that is the core test. There's a feasible solution that would allow people to move on from that intolerable risk to life, as I said, stay in their communities and meet the overall objective of the scheme.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Falapana, please.
Tēnā koe hea, na chair. Tēnā kōrua. I want to ask the question around fairness, around at least doing as much as we can to reduce any anxiety that our homeowners still have as they have gone through this process. So how do we ensure that those that are still in the process and going through the corridor that needs to go through, how do we ensure that there's fairness around it, there's equity and around the process? Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Filipina. I think in terms of the overall scheme, we've had fairness and equity has been a real focus of the program. We've had our technical help desk people working individually with homeowners, as well as our navigation service. Whilst it closed down in December, we have got some people who can still support families that may be suffering from trauma. And it is 3 years post the event, but we have been supporting those families and those individual homeowners regularly. As part of this funding, we've had occasion to also fund project management, so that where people are finding it difficult to manage a larger capital project on their most significant asset, that they get that support. So it is about working with people and taking account of that human factor, as well as taking account of what's affordable for the council and for the homeowner as well.
Just supplementary, Chair, if that's okay. Mace, you mentioned with Deputy Mayor asked her part-time, and you said 75-35, we're going through, obviously it means 40. So how many, are we saying how many, sorry, just confirm, how many people are still going through the process in regards to the categorisation and the end result leading up to December?
For Category 2P, there's still 75 live projects for Category 2P. 35 of that 75 are well along the process, and the others have started their design and feasibility work. For Category 3, we still have 78 properties to complete, although some of those are well down the track, and we've got a target of the end of May to have all of those settlements in place for those projects. So we're in the order of over 90% complete for Category 3 now. And separately, in terms of the house removal program, over 500 homes have been removed, and there's a further 179, I think the number is, under contract to be removed from those locations where they cause harm.
Last one, Chair, sorry. And Mace, when you look at the Storm Recovery Political Advisory Group that you're asking to be set up again, do they take into account what I said in the first part around, look, the trauma that they're still going through, process, issues that are out of their control? Does this political group, or did they, and will they, also take that into account, or is this just, here's the money, this is what we're allocated to no matter what? Kia ora, and that's the last.
Kia ora, Councillor. The Political Advisory Group, we would only go to the Political Advisory Group if we needed greater direction. In terms of the decisions that are delegated to me from the Chief Executive, we have the policy which has a natural justice process in it, and special circumstances, for instance, that people can enter into those special circumstances, and always the opportunity to work through any issues that they may seek. So we still have that outreach approach. Our goal is to get people to be able to move on from harm, and that's our overriding goal.
Councillor Furley, please.
Kia ora, thanks your worship, and thank you Mason team for all your hard work as well in this, and coming to the end. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. My question is, the change that you're proposing, now it's under the sole discretion of council to decide whether it goes up to the 40%, whereas previously that was between council and involving the homeowner. So will the homeowner still be consulted and still be a part of that assessment, but the final decision is by council? Can you just explain how that will work? Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Yes, the homeowners will be involved and are working, I was going to say every day, but certainly every week. You know, they've invested a lot of time and energy in to the projects to remediate their home and repair them and get them beyond that intolerable risk to life, whether it's a flood or a landslip. So there's regular engagement around what the project looks like, what the costs are, where we can make those costs less. There's certainly working together to get the most affordable outcome overall, but also at an individual for an individual homeowner and the council.
Kia ora, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. I do have concerns about changing the goalposts in the middle of, or towards the end of the process. What is it? What is it you're actually trying to fix with this? Or first of all, how many people have already been settled in a way that could, that this could reflect on them? How many people could look at this and say, we would have been better off with the new goalposts?
Through the chair, if I'm just interpreting the question correctly, were you asking how many people might have benefited from this change in terms if we were applying it retrospectively?
From the very yes.
Okay. Yes. So to date, we've had 4 properties that have agreed to fund costs over and above the 25%, which was the initial position of the policy. So that the total cost of that is $58,000. And in addition, there are 9 properties that have moved from Category 2P to Category 3 as a result of the cost of the project going above 25%, and as a result, they moved to Category 3.
Where does that, surely that leaves us with a contestable situation here, where are you happy that the outcomes of those first? All I'm saying is the goalposts have moved in the middle of the process, and we've got some people on the other side of the finished in that process, as you say. If we went back in retrospect, how many people would be putting their hands up for more money?
I think what Tanya said, Councillor Turner. There's 4 homes in that situation to a total amount of $58,000.
And they're happy.
And we'll continue to work with those homeowners. But just to be clear, no one who has gone from a Category 2P to a 3 to now will be going back to Category 2P.
Okay, that leaves another question, which I'll wait till later or till offline. So with these people going forward, that's up to. So that's not going to lock out anyone below 40%, like you'll do right up to 40%. You've just increased the total that can be paid out by us, basically.
Yes, Councillor Turner, we've had discretion from the political advisory group up to 35 to 40% and the Crown in terms of the funding agreement. But this, as was raised by Councillor Foley, this is now at the council's discretion rather than at the homeowner's discretion. And that's about completing the scheme and being affordable in terms of the scheme, but working alongside those homeowners, as I said.
And the driver of this change, we've come to the understanding that the engineering is costing us more than we expected. Is that?
I think what we knew in November when we first put the 2P scheme up was we didn't know as much as we know now, and so the cost of actually implementing the mitigation projects, whether that's raising buildings. The land stability issues are greater than we knew at that time.
Okay, just another question, just sort of on top, off topic, but on topic sort of thing. We have all these properties that, well, not all. There's quite a few that are tangled up, like we only own the lower story, or we only own the cross lease at the front, etc. And we've I know of one place in West Auckland where that you've been approached for them to take over that cross-lease property. How are we going with the completion of those discussions and where that sort of information is?
So you passed a policy of storm-affected land policy that allowed that, and our property department and the storm-affected land team are working through that. We have disposed or divested of some properties, and we've received a number of expressions of interest, particularly from neighbours who want to take over those properties or where they can be disposed of. And in your future budgets, there's some revenue targets there for the divestment of those properties as well. So we are actively pursuing that.
If you could pass through those numbers at some stage, it would be good.
Happy to discuss those with you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, and a lot of my questions have been asked and answered, so thank you. But the question for me is whether you can really get past the risks listed in the report. So the one I want to ask about is, quote, owners may be reluctant participants with a preference to move to Category 3 buyout. How are you planning to address this risk, and does this change remove residents' ability to choose through a discretionary approach?
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I think the answer to your question is really working in an open, objective way with homeowners to understand what's motivating them, and then really, focusing on a feasible project that allows us to mitigate the risk to them, and allows them to stay in their community.
That's cool, thanks for that. And just in terms of that kind of custodial approach, because people have still got latent trauma and a lot of difficulties in their lives, are we still geared up to handle that side of the issue as well?
Yes, look, just acknowledging, as I did at the beginning, we do have trauma-affected communities, and I acknowledge some people in the room, our Piha Stikid residents group, who are really critical, our groups who stood up in their communities across the region and still supporting homeowners, along with our own navigation service and our community and social recovery team. So we are working still with 20 storm-affected communities. We're really focused in on 3 priority areas around Mangere, Swanson, Ranui, and Poketapapa, Roskill. So there is still that support there, and we're working alongside central government agencies where properly and correctly central government agencies are providing that support. And I'd acknowledge, these storms we've had in the past 10 days would likely have been really triggering for communities and for individuals. So we're very sensitive to that.
Thank you. Just 2 more. So this change is fairly, would it be fair to say, unilateral? We've started a process with people, we've consulted them, we've worked with them, and now we are changing the process here. Does that accord with fairness? What's your view on that?
My view is we've also had this, that when we consulted Aucklanders right in August, September 2023, Aucklanders were very supportive of the scheme. They did, as I mentioned, around those principles in terms of equity, there was a clear message in those submissions that we received that the Crown and the Council should fund this, along with insurance companies, but affected homeowners should also fund this. I think as Amir mentioned, not being the insurer of last resort. And apology to your previous question, the other avenue that people have is a special circumstances avenue to support them. That's correct.
Thank you. Last question, kind of 2 parts, I suppose. I note in the report we're looking at if this doesn't pass, essentially. We go back to the previous scheme, and the previous scheme requires us to find 4.4 mil to 14 mil. First sort of part to that is that's exceeding crowdfunding, so we'd have to find that. Is all of the money exceeding crowdfunding, or is it just some of it? And I suppose, just Phil, if you want to jump in as well, where would we find that money?
I can cover the first part of the question. So obviously we are reforecasting all the time, and it is finely balanced. So at this stage, it does look like we will utilise the full co-funding amount for Category 3 with the properties that are already confirmed within the Category 3 program. So therefore, any more that move into Category 3 would be at the sole cost of the council.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. Where would we find that money? The first thing is that I would want you to make an absolutely clear decision that you do want that money found, because and I can't magic up money. It would be licensed for that expenditure from within existing budgets. I think given where we are in the year, there isn't really a question of an additional appropriation. It would be something that you took into account in terms of how you looked at the end of year result. We're in an okay financial situation for the here and now, but I still have savings monies to find through the balance of the year and so forth. So I can't tell you exactly where that would be from, but I would start the conversation with you by saying, be clear with me that you want to commit that additional money.
Thanks, I really appreciate that. Just thought of one last one. We have our Piha Stickered residents group here, and thank you so much for coming, and also for sitting through all of our council meeting. So just want your assurance, Mason and others, that you're going to continue. I got a great communication from them last night about the various concerns that they have with this proposal. So I just want your assurance that you're going to commit to working with them on their concerns and addressing them as much as possible.
Absolutely, Councillor Henderson. Yeah.
Thanks, really appreciate that. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Ferry, please.
Kia ora, thank you. So I have a few questions that are largely around just sort of clarification. Because some of it's already been covered, I won't ask those questions anymore, but I wanted to understand a little bit more about the special circumstances requests, where and this was in, I think, towards the end, that's in the table 2, when you talk about the risks about owners being reluctant participants, and so this is to the point that Councillor Henderson was raising, owners can still pursue a Category 3 buyout through special circumstances request. So how will that special circumstances assessment take into account that if they had been assessed earlier, they may have automatically been a Category 3, as opposed to now, because of timing, they don't get the discretion that they would have previously. How will the special circumstances assessment take that into account?
If that's something people submit on, then we would cover off on that in the special circumstances consideration, yes.
Okay, so that can be a factor people raise, and it will be looked at in terms of the equity aspect.
Apologies, can be a factor, but...
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm not trying to trap you into saying yes. I just want to make sure that that will be not considered out of scope or anything like that. It will be assessed.
Among all the other factors they may raise in their special circumstances, Councillor.
Great, thank you. Also, this is a bit of a side issue. Para 17 seems to have a typo that with an unfortunate missing of a decimal point. So I just wanted to get that on the record. If you could just confirm that it's dispersing 5.14 million as opposed to 514 million.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. That's quite correct. And fortunately, the net benefit is mentioned there of 12.43 million. So
that enabled me to work it out. Yeah, I just wanted to get that on the record though. So yeah, cool. So the other thing that I wanted to understand a bit better is the Crown expectations, and this is mentioned in Para 20, around us completing the program in April, May 2026. With Councillor Henderson, you covered off the issue about the funding, that we would need to find any extra funding if we were to continue with these possibly becoming Category 3 buyouts. But I wondered if you didn't mind just explaining a little bit more about the obligation on us around the time frame, because it seems to me that's an important factor too. If we to what extent do we sort of have to, in terms of the Crown expectation, complete by April, May 2026, or is that, how solid is that expectation in terms of the co-funding agreement?
It's all reasonable endeavours, Councillor Ferry. So the funding agreement does go through to 2033, but we have provided commitments that will have reasonable endeavours to complete the program. And importantly, allow people, people will have then had a remediation on their home. In the case of 2P, obviously the Category 2C projects continue, those ones in Mangere where there's 38 2C properties get remediation, and the other ones that fell below that intolerable risk to life also carry on through to 2033 in terms of the Wairau project and Swanson Ranui and the Mangere projects. So we are, we're seeking to bring this program to a close and get people out of those intolerable risks to life. But it's not an absolute, but we're using our best endeavours.
Okay. And finally, the... no, I think someone already... Well, yeah, so is there, given that we consulted on the scheme, but we have made some changes throughout the scheme, is there any legal risk here? Because you've talked about the financial risks and things like that. We are starting to get some judicial reviews and things flow through, which is not, we anticipated that probably would happen, a scheme of this size and difficulty. Does this open us up to any additional legal risk? Because I think that is an important thing for us to consider in making this decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. We've sought that advice around risk, and we're well within the policy objectives and the goal and those principles in the policy. So we don't consider there's any significant legal risks.
Thanks very much.
Can I just clarify also that we consulted from a policy perspective, but not actually on the feasibility settings for the Category 2P scheme. So that's an area that we have, learned quite a lot about over the last couple of years in implementing the scheme.
Councillor Turner, please.
Oh, thank you for letting me have a second go just on what people have said. I keep harping back to those figures. There was people in my area who were reluctant Category 3s, and you've made the point that we can save money by increasing the P2. And, Mr. Mayor's made the comments that we have properties that we may be able to engineer our way out of intolerable risk to life and put them back on the market. So again, on the back of Councillor Ferry's comments, are we sure this is a stable ground, this moving of, or we're moving the goalposts to stable ground?
Oh, we have had people move from Category 3 to 2P, Councillor Turner, where they've made submissions in a category dispute when they can demonstrate there's a feasible option. And we will have some properties where people have shifted into Category 3, and it's often been their preference, and the sale and purchase agreement is, a no-fault approach. We may put some of those back on the market, or we are very likely to have those back on the market, having either undertaken the engineering works to have them as safe homes to live in without an intolerable risk to life, or have someone else do that. So.
Okay, thank you. I have had people, I can think of 2 people now who picked Category 3, took it voluntarily. They didn't want to, but they were sick and tired of the time frames that went on for months and months and 18 months, etc., and finally said, we just want to extract ourselves from these problems. Now we've accommodated, now maybe those pressures have brought us to this decision, would they? Like the understanding of I'm just trying to make sure, I'm uncomfortable with leaving people behind in the past compared to, the shifting of these goalposts now.
Councillor, if I might, I don't think any of us underestimates how difficult some of those decisions were for people, and that some of them reluctantly, as you say, went into category 3. And this might sound a bit hard-nosed, but we've got to remind ourselves that this was a voluntary scheme put in place to help as many people as possible, and people did exercise discretion over whether they entered the scheme. So if there's a connotation that people were kind of forced into a situation, I accept that that may have felt that way in terms of needing to bring things to closure for them, but I don't know that we can remedy all of those situations, and I don't think it's, I think it might be taking us down a different path in terms of how we deal with these 2P properties, you know, respectfully.
Yeah, I understand. I take that on board. It's not, yeah, okay, thank you. I take that on board, but not necessarily agree in total.
Councillor Gorin, please.
Thank you. Can I just get an indication if we did stay with the status quo and it did cost us an additional 14 million, how if we put that on to debt, how much, what would be the impact on the rates for just that amount? And would that be in one financial year? Just approximately on.
Yeah, it's the answer lies in the cost of servicing that debt, which Ross is suggesting might be in the region of $750,000 a year.
Okay, but do you have an indication of what the percentage of the rates increase that would work out to be?
Oh, no, that's yeah. It's not to say it's trivial, but it's going to be in the region of about 0.1, 0.2%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got no more questions. I've got one myself, actually. How are you getting on with the resales?
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, thank you, Your Worship. The resales program is we're building a pipeline of that. So our property department has that pipeline, and we have sold some properties, particularly to those for water care. We now have a very good understanding of what are needed for a service need, particularly for stormwater and high hazard sites. So we're expecting a resales program of around 300 to 400 properties to come to you over time. So 50 to 100 a year.
Well, that's good. And I think this is quite a good thing that you're doing, but a couple of worked examples would have been quite helpful of how much you add in a bit and what you save and everything else. But I can get the answer is you put in a bit more and you save quite a chunk. And that's a good result as far as I'm concerned. So that's the end of the questions. You can retire and the debate will open for those people who wish to query things, but most of those questions sound fairly debatable anyhow to me. Okay, on that basis, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Carried. And we'll move on to...
sorry, can I have my vote recorded against?
Pardon? Okay. It'll be recorded.
Yes, I'd like to do So I'd like to do the same, please. I think I was going to abstain, but I'll say no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, record me as an abstention. Sorry.
Oh, what is this? Sort of the spread of the government's re-election plans onto our people? We won last year. It's okay. You've got 3 years to do this.
No, it's not that at all. It's not that at all, Mr. Mayor. The fact is that the goalposts are changing in our favour, as far as I can understand it. And it's just not right in them. It's a false dichotomy, but I also didn't, when I read this through, and I did read the majority through, and I didn't get exactly where it was coming from when I should have when I read this through. Thank you. So I'm against.
Okay, we've recorded those. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go to item 7.4, I believe, and introduce the Chief Executive and the Group Financial Officer to give us an update on their progress. And I think at our new improved meetings next time, this will be slightly different from what we've had in the past. But Phil and Ross welcome back. There's some significant issues, such as the transport reform. We're going to keep them coming to government body, the significant ones, to talk about strategic and financial performance, so we have the appropriate oversight.
Thank you, Your Worship. As the Mayor's alluding to, we're trying to evolve this segment a little bit so it's perhaps a little bit less operational, a little bit more strategic, fewer meatier topics, if you like, and those that are very front of mind. And by the way, I greatly appreciate any questions you can give me in advance about what's on your mind, so I can prep rather than just do it on the fly. So, cracking into it, we've talked a bit about weather events earlier, so I won't labour this, but it was quite significant recently. There were 88 slips affecting our own roads, a number of other issues, numbers of trees down and so on. There were 54 homes evacuated in the most recent situation. And we deployed, for your interest, we deployed staff, not in huge numbers, but some to Northland, Tairāwhiti, Bay of Plenty, for example, to assist in things outside the region. So quite positive there. I think the thing that I was going to particularly mention to you is that obviously we're very mindful of the landslip situation down country and the tragic loss of life. And part of our response to that locally is to have our good engineers do some site assessments, have a look at risk in situations where people might be at risk, and also to check our preparedness for evacuation and what have you. You will note the discussion in the media about that in relation to the tragedy at Monganui. So appropriate that we've kind of responded and are looking at that. And I acknowledge Paul and Ross at the back there, who can assist if there are any questions about that. I will carry on, however. The transport reform, so the key points for you to be aware of is that I made an appointment of the Transition Change Director, Steve Mutton, and he starts on Monday, this coming week. You'll have noted in the media and through other advice that the Auckland Transport Chief Executive has confirmed his departure in April. There are, I won't go into detail here, but there are arrangements being put in place in terms of covering leadership roles in Auckland Transport to provide for continuity and so on, assurance around service and such like for this transition period. We have had ongoing discussions with Ministry of Transport and at a political level with ministers around the reform legislation. That's likely to be reported back from Select Committee and into Cabinet shortly. I'm not aware of any change to the timeline, which, to remind you, was that we expect it to pass at the end of March, about. We'll see whether that happens, but that's what we're working to. A key aspect of that has been to discuss the demarcation between local board decision-making and governing body decision-making, and whether that is prescribed, if you like, in detail in legislation, or whether it's more principle-based and we have the ability for the governing body to make some decisions to ensure that we get this right balance between the the local decision-making in some aspects of transport, which the council has actively supported, and frankly, which I support, but also balanced against the need for kind of network considerations and that the system can operate as a whole across boundaries, across intersections where local board boundaries meet and such like. You're familiar with that debate. So that's a key thing that we remain hopeful of some tweaking in the legislation around. We have completed the early transfer of some strategy and policy staff here. A key aspect of the work that's going on right now is how do we plug this function into the Auckland Council organisation, and what is the scope of the public transport CCO entity. And so that's in detailed design phase now. Once we're clear on that, my objective is to be ready to do the formal consultation with all the affected staff, which is a necessary step in this process, basically as soon as possible after the passage of legislation. So when we're a little bit clearer, I will want to have maybe some workshop time with you just to talk you through how it will operate within the Auckland Council organisation, how it plugs in and such like. We are underway with appointments to the interim board. I won't go into the background to that. Suffice to say that there are interviews happening, and some of you are involved in that next week. And then recommendations will go to the February Appointments and Performance Committee. I'm looking at Councillor Newman, but he's not there. Oh, yes, coming your way shortly, Daniel. So I'll just pause on the transport front. If moving more generally into government reforms, you will note updates in the written report, which I won't repeat here, about a number of those. And to note that that'll continue to be a feature of these monthly updates to the governing body. We have not at this stage signed the regional deal. Obviously you'll be aware when that's about to happen. I would expect an opportunity for the Mayor and Prime Minister to sign that, and for there to be a bit of communication around that. But I think it's fair to say that we're very close. There have been, including yesterday with ministers, a bit of last constructive dialogue, shall we say, Your Worship. So we're, bottom line is, I think we're almost there, very close. I'll just move into Plan Change 120, and this is a big topic, and I maybe won't do it full justice here, but just to observe that the ball is really in central government's court at the moment as to whether there are any tweaks to the legislation, either in terms of the substance of the plan change or the process that applies to it. So, live discussions with central government about that, but at this stage, no clarity from central government about what is actually intended to happen in terms of that legislation. They're still taking advice and working through it, and we'll need to, obviously in due course, discuss that with you. In the meantime, the ball is rolling on the process as it was set out and required of us in the legislation. 10,000 submissions means that there's a lot of work, upwards of 55 people involved in doing the analysis and advice that flows through from those 10,000 submissions, and the independent hearings panel is needing to start their, or not needing to, they are starting their work. So I think we'll leave that there. I predict there might be some further questions and we'll cover that off at the time. Just quickly, we've talked about recovery. I won't repeat that now, other than to remind that, you know, we're 95% of the way through the buyouts. You know, we're getting towards the tail end of this, and unsurprisingly, you know, sometimes the remaining ones are a little bit difficult. You know, things tend to happen that way, right? And we've got this issue with the Category 2P ones as well. Team's done really, really well, and I'm proud of their efforts in that regard. Ross will talk to the financial update. I want to acknowledge that things are going well this year in terms of being favourable budget year to date in terms of revenue, in terms of expenditure, and pretty good in terms of completion against the capital program and good progress against the savings target for the year. So I'm quite happy with that, and Ross will fill you in as best he can, recognising that the cycle of these meetings doesn't allow the most recent official monthly figures to be available, given they're right at the start of the month. This is minor, but I know it's a subject that's been on the mind of some councillors previously. I just want to acknowledge that some work has happened with Hokura, and they are ceasing their lease on their property down on Fanshawe Street and moving into new accommodation with some financial benefit, some saving there. So thank you to David Taipere and that team, and they'll be in new digs by the 1st of July.
Very good.
Ross, I'll pass to you if that's okay.
Great, thank you. So I guess in terms of strategic issues, we've talked a lot about rates capping this morning, so I won't touch on that again. In terms of other things, the annual plan process, so that is progressing. You made decisions around items for consultation late last year, so the staff are busy working away on an annual plan consultation document that will go to the Budget Committee on the 18th of February, and then consultation on the budget will run from the end of February to the end of March. No major surprises there. Alongside the work on the budget document and consultation, we've done our usual thing of going through, reviewing all of the revenue and expenditure projections across the council group. What we've found so far is that things are broadly in line with the initial projections, maybe slightly more favourable in a couple of spaces, but it's kind of broadly in line with what it was. So it's kind of reassuring that we're not seeing any nasty cost pressures or things increase, even though the December CPI was a bit higher than we'd expected, printing at 3.1% rather than around 2.7%. But we think that's kind of manageable, these pluses and minuses, so it's not looking too bad. We're working through in terms of finding mitigations to the remaining budget gap. One thing that's been helpful there is we've indicated Port of Auckland has been performing well. They've been achieving their results largely sort of 12 months ahead of target. So the board has agreed to improve the budget projections by about 5 million. So that will help. Help close that gap. It's one thing to exceed the budget after you've set it, but in order to help with the rates, to balance the rates, we need to capture it in the budget. So really pleased, the board of Port of Auckland has come to the party and helped out a little bit there by offering up some of that enhanced performance into the budget itself. Other things going on, we're busy working through the interim report, the half-year report, as at 31 December. That will be and it has to be released through the NZX. It'll travel through the Audit and Risk Committee and NZX release by the end of February. So we'll work through that. So things, we need to sort of keep some of that confidential, but, happy to talk about the general trends as we have been doing sort of every month as we go through. We have provided financial dashboards, not to this or any other committee, we've just been sending them by way of memo, given sort of timings of meetings. So the October and November ones have gone through. We'll figure out exactly where to send the December, January ones, but those details will come through in due course. But at a high level, as Phil's outlined, things are tracking broadly in line with budget and slightly favourable. At a group level, in terms of capital expenditure, CapEx delivery is a little bit lower this year than last year, so 81% for the 6 months to 31 December, so 81% of budget. CapEx delivery about 1.8 billion compared to a budget of about 2.2, so about 400 million less. To some extent, a lot of that is timing. Auckland, so some of that is the timing of buyouts, some of that is Auckland Transport. There were, with Auckland Transport's capital program, some chunky items that are things that tend to be lumpy. So that's purchase of new trains, procurement of electric and hybrid ferries, and some property acquisitions. So things that happen in big chunks, they didn't happen in the first half of the year, will most likely happen in the second half of the year. So there's a timing element there. So to the 6 months to December, Auckland Transport's delivered 76% of the capital program, and we probably expect that to increase a bit in the second half. Watercare, similarly a little bit behind, 85% of the capital program delivered. A lot of that is some extended procurement processes and design processes, and so a little bit less of delivery and of infrastructure delivery, and a bit more of the preparatory phase on some of their key projects. But also part of that, one particular project, the North East Wastewater Program, the Snells Beach project, the Snells Beach Wastewater Treatment Plant has come in under budget. So they've spent less because it's cost less, which is great to see. Port of Auckland, again, also a little bit behind budget in the 6 months to December because of the timing of the Bledisloe North Wharf construction project, but that is well underway, progressing rapidly, and the last month or so that has been accelerating. Similar with Watercare, we are hearing some of their programs has really moved from that preparatory phase into the delivery phase. So the Watercare CapEx delivery is also accelerating in more recent times. So that's the capital picture. So kind of in line with that, the debt numbers sort of broadly in line with budget, perhaps a little bit, the underlying debt a little bit less because of the slower CapEx delivery at this point in time, excluding foreign currency variations, which are all fully hedged, but they do change the reported debt number a little bit. Those detailed numbers will come through in the interim results when that gets released. On the operating side of things, things are also progressing well across the group. 137 million favourable on a net direct expenditure. So that is a 3% favourable direct revenue across the group. So 50 million favourable to budget for the group for the 6 months. A lot of that is higher operating grants from a range of different things. Some community-led waste initiatives, waste minimisation activity attracts some grants. The timing of some of the Category 2C projects in properties, that has happened earlier, and so there's a timing difference with a bit more Crown subsidies delivered in that period than expected, and similarly a little bit more NZTA grants for PT operations. Outside of the grants, Watercare's IGCs, their growth charges, but it continues to be higher than expected due to more development activity. So 3% on those direct controllable revenues, excluding rates and those things. On the cost side, direct expenditure, 4% favourable to budget. Some of that is timing of some certain projects, IT projects, and some things in around the Category 2P that's been discussed earlier. So there's a bit of timing changes. There's probably a few programs where we would expect a little bit more spend to occur in the second half of the year than the first half. But overall, we're tracking pretty favourable against budget. And then finally, FTE across the group, about 200 extra FTE over the last 3 months, mainly Auckland Council and Tātaki, largely due to seasonal trends. So that's more higher seasonal workforce because of more activity and a range of seasonal activity. So that's, I guess, a snapshot of the financial issues and position. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Ferry's got one.
Kia ora. My questions were actually around the Plan Change 120 aspects that the CEO spoke to briefly. So I wonder if the Strategy Director might be available for some of those, because no offence, Phil, but she may have some answers to assist if Megan's around. Looks like you might be on your own. Let's see. Okay.
I'll do my best and
Yes,
we'll fill in
thank you.
gaps later.
So obviously we have a situation now where the panel is set up and starting to work. And just clarifying, so we provide the Secretariat effectively for that and cover the cost of that? That's correct?
Correct.
And do we have a sense of how much that may be? Or is it sort of how long is a piece of string at this point?
Oh no, we've forecast what the cost might be. I haven't got the figures in front of me, Councillor, but can confirm them after this.
Okay. And when we get those figures, will those include staff time? Because I'm assuming that we've pulled some staff off that might otherwise have been working on other things to focus on that.
Yeah, but there'll be two parts to it. There'll be additional staffing requirements to cost to meet, and then there's the value of the redeployment of staff into that work where they might have been doing other things. But of course, and that is happening actively now. But of course, it's displacement because sometimes they're coming out of resource consent and other planning work, and that needs to be in turn backfilled. So
okay. Cool, thank you. Looking forward to that. You mentioned that we have 10,000 submissions. This might be a question that's a bit too early in the process, but I think it's helpful perhaps if we can have a breakdown of the kind of quantum of submission points we're looking at, because when we say get 10,000 submissions on, say, the annual plan, often 8,000 of those may only have 1 or 2 submission points. Whereas I think in this, the complexity of it means that we're going to have, of those 10,000 submissions, a high proportion that may have 30, 40 submission points in them. So is that something we can get some data on at some point? Because I think, again, it's important for the public to know that.
yeah, again, so early days and even to arrive at that high level view is going to require a bit of analysis, so that's what's happening now. But yes, I'll undertake to make sure you get briefed on the profile of the submissions and then publicly also.
Thanks. I think that will be reassuring for people who understand that, actually there is, there's a lot of stuff being taken into account and weighed up.
I might just say, Councillor, that I expect that there'll be some quite localised concerns, meaning that there might be some consistent themes, but a lot of people will be talking to effects on their particular area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And certainly I'm getting emails about that from people, very specific, single property questions, yeah. And that was the case before submissions closed as well. So obviously we have this issue where we potentially have some changes coming from central government as well to a process that's already midstream. And I understand that there was a discussion yesterday, which you referred to. Do we have any sense of timeline on when we might be finding out what's happening? I'm getting a lot of questions about it, and at the moment all I can say is I just have no idea, partly because I'm not clear on what central government are going to propose, but also I don't know when they're going to propose it or how. So do we have any further information you're able to give on that?
No. There was nothing firm talked to yesterday. I mean, my sincere hope is that it's soon, for the sake of clarity for everyone. But that ball, again, is in government's court, and I can't tell you when they'll arrive at a view.
And I mean, I guess, again, the uncertainty is an issue for a lot of, certainly of my constituents who face potentially a lot of change. The uncertainty isn't helpful. I guess what I'm wanting to clarify with you is that we're trying to get certainty, but as you've said, the ball is in central government's court.
I think we've made our hope very clear that we want that certainty as soon as possible. I think we all understand there's a bit of complexity to this. I've heard some narrative that sort of suggests that we're just simply talking about the theoretical yield number. There are a number of other dimensions to this, the process itself. I won't go into detail there, and so forth, that I understand they'll need to consider in terms of any change that's made. And to be frank, there are at least a couple of things that we think weren't right in the original legislation, just in terms of guiding the process and dealing with historic consents coming out of MDRS and such like. So the opportunity is there. We need it to be there to advocate for one or two other things alongside the, whatever they might choose to put in the legislative change.
Okay, and I guess finally, is there a possibility for us to, put out some comms on this or something that makes it clear this is where we're at as of now? Can we put out an explainer or something that says, look, we know there's a lot of uncertainty. We're very clear about where we're at. This is what we're waiting for. I see the Mayor wants to answer this one. Phil?
A bit. I think that it's, we asked specifically, where are you? And they answered, it's clear that there's not unanimity on the other side. So it's a bit early to put anything out because, but we said you've got to have an answer, not several answers to us. Because there was a bit of a range there, unfortunately. So I think it would be too early to say anything other than that we are severely asking to find some surety of where they are just yet. I think that sums it up.
So I guess then, though, we have this issue, and maybe this is a job for the panel and those supporting the panel to pick up. I'm not quite sure how that would work, where they're in a process with submitters who have submitted in good faith based on a proposal. How can the panel, I guess, and I mean the panel in a broad sense, not necessarily the people on it, how can they, I guess, provide some certainty to submitters about the process from here and whether they have submitted on a proposal that remains the proposal? And the flip side of that, people who chose not to submit, who might have submitted had they faced a different proposal and now can no longer engage in the process because they didn't and aren't able to perhaps respond further through the further submissions process because they didn't submit in the first place. So they've been excluded.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think we all agree that those are some of the questions there. I'm not sure whether it would be wise for the independent hearings panel to say too much while this is up in the air. I think as soon as we've got some clarity, then you're absolutely right. Some good communication needs to happen, and it'll have to include this question of, the procedural questions about who has and who hasn't submitted and whether the game's changed and those sort of natural justice type considerations. So those are all very real issues for us right now that I don't have answers to.
fair to say that you don't have an answer because there isn't an answer as opposed to you don't know the answer? Can I just confirm that?
I think we whacked a fair few balls up the other end of the court.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, thank you. And my questions, I suppose, are extensions to what Councillor Ferry has already said. But I firstly want to thank Phil Wilson for the professionalism and the overview and insights that he's been able to share with us today. I just want to support those comments that we've already heard around the concern that perhaps from a cost perspective, from an anxiety perspective, given that there is uncertainty on what the process is going forward, we don't want to feel that we're putting people through additional stress that may actually be redundant, because it's been quite well foreshadowed now that there's going to be change. The specific question that I put, if you can answer, Phil, is where the timing of the further submissions would have started around about the 26th of February. If you can't answer today, but for those people contacting us, what would you have us say to them, taking into account the fact that there's a lot of balls in the air and we're not sure where they're going to land?
Councillor, I'm not sure I can answer, other than to say I need to take it offline, talk with Megan Tyler and others involved in this discussion. You know, MFE is advising ministers as we speak and so forth. And I think as soon as we've got some clarity, we'll communicate it.
So any modification or delay, we've just got to convey that that's really in the government's quarter. I again just want to repeat the confidence that I have in you and the quiet and respectful way that you have gone about this. Is there anything else that we should be aware of on this particular matter?
The only thing that comes to mind is, of course, we're very conscious of this discussion in the community. The fact that, I suppose you could describe it as contentious. Certainly people are really interested in it. There's another aspect to why we need to move things along and get certainty, and that's that uncertainty is really unhelpful to people in the construction and development sector. And that goes to preparedness to invest, to help us get on top of housing supply and what have you. So, a vacuum here where there's uncertainty and what have you is unhelpful. The other thing, and I'm getting into too much detail, the other thing I think we've got to be cautious of here is that we've got Resource Management Act changes that are coming through that will have additional requirements on us from a planning point of view in terms of a new spatial plan. So we've got to get clarity about how this Plan Change 120 stuff intersects with what's about to arrive in terms of a new planning regime. And the worry I have, frankly, is that that could further create uncertainty that's unhelpful in terms of that development pipeline. So probably best to leave it there and commit to communicate to everyone as soon as we've got something more to say.
Thank you for that, Phil. And do you feel confident that you have all the support you require?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
I might add that we have the development forum, which we kicked off last year, and we're formalising into a regular group of meetings, which is a group, an ability for the council to talk directly to that large part of that sector who are the investor side of what we're talking about. And this will be a topic of conversation, and they will be seeking more clarity as well. But we can't deliver more clarity until we have more clarity, and so I think there's a good understanding of where we are at the moment, which is the process is underway, and there are a few tricky bits around the corner. Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Thank you. And first, Phil, I just want to say thanks very much for reaching out to other jurisdictions and offering support in January with the weather events. I think that just goes to show that our team at Auckland Council is very keen to share its knowledge and expertise around that. My question to you is around the January weather events, and I wondered whether I noticed that you said that we'd had 88 slips and 54 homes evacuated in January. And so my question first is, did the weather events give us any insights into whether changes we've made to our Auckland emergency management processes are working, or was the weather not severe enough to test our new systems? That's my first question.
Well, to keep it in perspective, there was damage here, but there was significantly more damage elsewhere. We kind of dodged a bullet in terms of where the weather pattern hit the city down the east coast. Probably evidenced, I was going to say nicely, it's not quite the right sentiment, by the effect on Great Barrier Island, Aotea, relative to elsewhere in the region. Our systems and processes are stacking up really nicely, and there's acknowledgement of that from NEMA and others, so I'm quite heartened. But, you know, as I always say, there's no room for complacency with this, you know, aren't we doing well, you know, etc. So I'm pretty happy with it, really. I was going to, while I'm talking, I might just pass this around. There's some photos of the slips around the region, be of particular interest. There's a couple of photos in Andy's area, quite a few in Councillor Sayer's area, and quite a few in Councillor Lee's area. So I'll just pass those around, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks for that. Look, I've got one more question, and I see that Ross is here, so it's probably something that he might help me understand. Look, I'm getting quite a few inquiries around people whose properties have had the flood viewer. They've gone and have a look at that fantastic resource we now have, but then are actually questioning the technical basis to which they have been now put in the flood viewer or coastal inundation or whatever, right? Is there anything we can do to provide further information out or communicate better around the scientific and technical work that underlines this? Because we got it a lot in the PC 120 stuff too, but it's not going away. I'm not challenging what you have done. I'm asking how better we can communicate more generally around the science behind what you've done.
You go, Ross, and then I might add a couple of comments.
Kira, thank you very much for that question, and it's one that is top of our mind at the moment. I was involved in an interview this morning. We are recruiting to backfill a role in my team focused on specifically doing that. It's a very important part of the work that we do to understand the hazards, is making sure that knowledge is then communicated really, really clearly and in a way that shows that the science behind it is robust and defensible. And I think it's fair to say that so far the way that we have done that has varied depending on the hazard that we're presenting, because we've come from a point of relatively low base a decade ago, and we've evolved to improve over time. We expect that low base to be significantly improved over the coming year as we work through our programme of explaining the science that we have and continuing to develop what we've got further. We think that the underlying science is robust, and we've got plenty of evidence to show that, but we haven't done as much as we would like to so far to explain that in a way that is really, really useful to people. And a good example of our starting point for that is the work we're doing improving land information memoranda, but we're going to move on from there to the hazards portal and make sure that that's better explained as well.
That's really heartening to hear. Did you want to add something?
I just want to acknowledge that this is pretty real. I'm seeing correspondence coming through, and as a number of people, and there are different scenarios there. There are people for whom the fact of being in a floodplain and having a change to their limb is a surprise, and they're exercised about it. There are people whose sentiment is, I haven't seen flooding on this property in the X years I've been there, and there are people who are, concerned because they're trying to or want to either sell or develop the property, and it's impacted by this. So it's timely just to remind, really, that as much as we will do more in terms of communication, there actually are some good tools online, and I'd encourage you to have people have a really good look at not just the flood viewer, but the information, the educational material and what have you that's sitting around it. I'm overdoing this, but this is fundamentally important, because if we don't, and you have said we're not in the business of buying out properties in the future, we're moving into a very acute buyer beware stage, and our fundamental and moral obligation is to have good information on site so that people make informed decisions going forward. And that's tough and confronting for some property owners now, but that's the direction we're heading in. If you hear of situations where people think there's a genuine mistake in the information that's reflected here, then we'll look at that. And we've already come across a couple of situations where there's been engineering work done that has mitigated the risk, and where the flood viewer, if you like, should be modified. So we can't say that it's 100%, but it's probably very close to it. We need a process around, around that. I'll probably leave it there. Oh no, there's one additional point just to make sure everyone's aware, and it goes to that point that I've lived somewhere for 30 years and it's never flooded. So the modelling is based on future risk and takes into account the increasing severity of these weather events and the temperature rise in terms of climate change that will drive it. Okay, so very science-based, very defensible, but runs up against people's historical view of what the risk is. So just be conscious of that.
Thank you. I suppose that's really why I asked the question, because it's not a simple answer, but I do think we need to talk about it more so people get to understand. And look, my final PC 120 input is, look, I don't know, like anybody really, where the government will go, but what I do want to be able to say to Aucklanders is thank you for your submission. We've received X number, and the most common themes are whatever, or what are we doing with these submissions? Are we there must be some common themes, or are there none, or what are we? I think we just need to say something. We can't just say nothing. The next steps is next steps, but I think where are we at now? We've got your submission. Thank you very much. You're one of X number. Key themes are we await the government direction as to next steps, something like that.
Agreed.
I think it's fair until we know exactly what the flavour is. It's very hard to respond. Councillor Watson, please.
Just furthering that notion of the studies and the coastal erosion lines, my understanding is that they don't consider local variability, nor are they intended for site-specific use. So I hear what the CEO is saying about the future, and but in a number of instances, and certainly it's come through this Plan Change 120 process, or people just finding there's a designation on their limb. So my advice to them, because there didn't appear to be any way to actually contest it, was to submit on Plan Change 120 and and you know, say, come up with your reasons why your site really shouldn't be classified in this way in this coastal erosion. But for all that, I guess, so A, am I correct in saying it really is only that Plan Change 120 process? They can challenge things, or can they come to a delegation to the council, as some people are proposing? How can it really be accurate when I look at all the variabilities along the coastline where I am, where you can see, yes, boy, that's really going there. Other parts, you know, it's never. So I don't know how we can defend it on a site-by-site basis.
Kira, great points, and much of what you say is exactly spot on. These are regional studies in most cases, and so they can't take into account site specifics. There may be, for example, locations where there has been soil nails, retaining walls put in place that changes the characteristics, and that sort of thing will never get picked up in a regional study. We can put notes on property files to reflect those changes, and that's why we always recommend to people that when they get a limb, they also get the property file, because the property file will give the site specifics that have modified the more generic information in the limb. When we do these regional studies, the intent of them is to identify areas where further investigation is recommended. That's the point. They identify the starting point, but they are not the end in themselves. And so if people have something about their site which is different, which justifies a change, we will absolutely listen to that. And where we can show that there's evidence that it doesn't align with the generic assumptions that are made in these regional studies, documents can be put on the property file to explain that. And if they show that there's a change needed in the regional studies, we can incorporate that into the next round of updates that we do onto those studies as well. So there's two potential routes there.
So the real world consequences for these people as they relay this to me is that they're finding their houses difficult to sell because there's something on their limb, and there's a concern that that might translate into the ability to insure their property and so forth. So they're seeing, in their view, like a consequence here and now for a designation that they challenge.
This is a field that I've operated in as well as you have, and people in those circumstances really should hire their own consulting engineer and get a position which lets them know whether they could challenge it or whether they really do have a problem. These things cost a minimum of 10 grand a shot, and we're not, as a ratepayer, especially with a cap on us, going to rush out and do every section that's got a problem on it. And it's also, in my experience, and I'm sure it's yours as well, is that sometimes the actions of the owner have actually exacerbated the risks of which the property was in. So if you've got speaking to people in those positions, councillors, I think you should chat to them and say it would be very wise to pop down and see their own consulting engineer. Then it's their information and they can promulgate it or not. It's for them to use. So I don't think it's up to the ratepayers to defend an area like
So I'm not necessarily suggesting that, but what I'm taking away from this, the difference that I didn't realise is that people have the ability to approach council with the evidence that they say, okay. Ironically enough, my next question flips to the recent weather events we've had, and I see we've got in-house geotechnical capability, and certainly in my area there was some quite unexpected slumps, big slumps that if people had been in the vicinity they were a goner. Like, you know, these were big chunks of the cliff coming out. One of the feedback, and it goes to the new situation, and I've had a good conversation with Paul about this rapidly different situation in the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, things have really seemed to have changed quite significantly. What is, and one of the feedback I'm getting from people in our community is that in a number of these coastal locations, these big, heavy pahutakawa trees with big limbs, out of weight, and a wind move and shake up the earth. Is that a reasonable observation people are making? And B, what does that therefore mean for our maintenance regime if trimming or whatever else could happen to stop, these then big slumps that take the trees and everything, and that the overburdened trees may be contributing to?
Kira, yes. The science on the impact of trees is mixed. And unfortunately, we haven't got really robust evidence for New Zealand species. What we can see from overseas studies and from the information we do have from Landcare New Zealand, from the research that they've done, is that it depends very much on the nature of the individual tree and the species. So Pōtakawa are one of the plants which has probably the best stabilizing properties. When you see the root structure they have, it looks very much like the Pōtakawa reflected under the ground. So they have a very robust and deep root system, which adds quite a lot of stability. Now, even in those circumstances, if it's completely undermined, eventually it will fall. And then we see that around the coastlines. When they get undermined very significantly, nothing is going to stop it falling over eventually. What we've normally seen in those circumstances is that it's probably delayed the collapse from happening. At the other end of the spectrum, there are trees which are much less stable, and pines are one example. They have a very flat root structure, platy, which is very shallow. And because they're quite tall, they can catch more wind often than the Pōtakawa might. So they will probably have less ability to stabilize the slope. We've also got to take into account, I've been talking very much about mechanical stabilization, the strength that the roots provide. We've also got the important function they take of sucking the moisture out of the slope, which adds a lot of stability to it by reducing the weaknesses in the soil that are caused by the moisture. So you get that benefit as well. So overall, a mixed picture. Trees can be good and they can be bad. It depends on the circumstances.
Sorry, just one final. Are we, particularly in light of the CEO's comment about Tauranga, are we now looking to be a bit more active in monitoring locations that we may not have thought about before?
I was speaking to, if you like, some priority areas where people gather, people camp, and such like. It does plug into a broader effort that's around the coastal margins and what have you, Ross?
Yes, so we, partly as a function of the landslide susceptibility work that we published last year, are now in a much better position to do risk assessments. So we're updating the risk assessments for our asset base and the places where people congregate. And that's an analytical process that takes a bit of time, but we're working through it, and it's part of our work program anyway. So we're continuing to do that and accelerating it for some areas where it's particularly critical.
Good questions, thanks, but cliffs grow backwards. There's nothing you do about that. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, please.
Thank you. I think this is for Phil. Following on from some of the points around PC 120 and the anxiety and the uncertainty and accepting, of course, as has been pointed out, that we don't know what the next stage is going to look like. Is there anything we're doing kind of proactively to support the well-being of the staff who've spent the better part of a year of their lives on this and their summers on those 10,000 submissions? I can imagine that would be a pretty soul-destroying experience to then see these headlines come out. Are we cognizant of that? Are we supporting them?
We're cognizant of it, and have some good systems and processes and, frankly, sort of management culture in the organisation that kind of goes to your point. So I'm not immediately concerned, but it is difficult territory for them, in some cases, confronting in terms of their own professional views about things. So yeah, I'm confident that between the likes of Megan and John Dogood and the team, we're across that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you. It's correct, right, that the flood-prone, the GIS flood-prone map, that modelling assumes all council drains under 600 millimetres is 100% blocked.
I think it's probably best if any questions about flooding are presented to the experts in flooding. I wouldn't want to comment on that. My expertise is really in the geohazards.
Okay, so if I may just go then to you, Mr. CEO. It is my understanding that that's the case. It's also my understanding that the flood-prone GIS, the flooding GIS map does not. And you made the comment a little while ago about these tools being good, but that sometimes they're not updated. So the question that I was thinking about there was, what happens if some of the infrastructure is renewed and improved to bigger capacity or something? Does that get reflected in the maps, etc.? So one of the complaints that we're getting from all the community is that you just made the comment, in my whole 30 years here, it's never flooded before. There's a lot of questions around those comments. So I suppose my question to you is, I'm not sure, I'm challenging you saying those tools are fit for purpose. And I suppose the real question is, the new water strategy that we're being forced into by the government. So we're having to create a water strategy, and we have to create, because of Healthy Waters, the stormwater one, correct? Will we, around this table, get an ability to, at the very beginning of that process, help maybe look at the criteria that's in that? Because I think it all stitches together.
I think the answer is yes, but I'm going to sort of mirror what Ross said. I think it's best, given the kind of technical nature of this, to have Craig McElroy and his team speak to you. So I think we might arrange a separate opportunity for questions and to share that. I'm sure that planning will be brought in front of you at the appropriate time. But I think I better leave to him some of the questions. I have been talking to him, by the way. I met him this morning over some of these issues. So,
thank you. Another question: who does the Healthy Waters Department answer to? Like, you know, the budgeting people answer to the budget committee or to the governing body, and who does Healthy Waters? Who's their principal committee they respond to?
Well, transport and infrastructure, yeah.
Want to come? Okay, I've got Councillor Hills.
Oh no, it's probably just a quick question and a brief comment. Myself and Councillor Theory, working with Ross and Paul, are already working on some sort of landslide explainer, because we have had a lot of questions since those devastating landslides in Mount Maunganui and elsewhere. But Ross, I guess it'd be good for some of the context of why we are putting out the information we have far more visibly, because what was the quantum of slips in 2023? Was it something like 10,000? And they were mostly in places that had never slipped before?
It's closer to 50,000, we think.
50?
50,000.
50,000, okay. And apparently, just looking at those pictures going around, we've had, even just that 2 weeks ago, sort of 100 slips just on public land. So with the adaptation requirements coming through the National Adaptation Framework, I'm assuming we're going to be required to be far more, well, I know we are, but this is us sort of preparing for even stronger requirements of giving the public, obviously this really difficult to take in information, but it is about, as the Mayor said, reducing future risk, or being, like, we can't pretend we don't have this information, that there is risk. Is that what this is about? And I guess what Mount Maunganui shows us again?
Curious, that's a very good way of putting it. The expectations that are being put on councils are increasing all the time around how we will better prepare for the hazards we're exposed to. And at the same time, those hazards are becoming more intense, partly as a function of climate change, partly as a function of the increasing population, so more people exposed. And as a result, we have to scale our response to meet that demand.
And the last question, I know it's hard to answer because I asked you a few weekends ago, but what we saw, and I went around with you many times during 2023 to slips, the because of climate change, because of soil saturation, it seemed, from what you were saying, the type of Auckland soils, because they're so young, essentially just turn into icing, or like when you pour a bucket of water on a sandcastle. That's kind of what we're seeing. It's not necessarily trees or built form that can protect it if it just turns into mush. Is that kind of what we see typically in Auckland?
We do see a lot of that, yes. Our geology is very young and very susceptible to landslides relative to many other places in the world. Every landslide has multiple factors that are impact the ability of it to trigger. And that means that it's very easy to look at a landslide and point at one trigger and say that was the fault. In reality, it's always multiple causes. And you've got to look at the relative impact of each to make a decent understanding of what the problem was and how we can mitigate it best.
And last question, I don't know how we help. It's much like on the healthy waters question, but I've got some requests now. How do we get the public to understand, again, that we, the royal we, aren't responsible to keep the land near their house stable to protect their land? I know that's a really difficult conversation, but I don't think we've cracked it. A lot of people still think we're going to build retaining walls around the sea or retaining walls around the valleys to, you know, your reserve slipped behind my house, but there is no obligation or probably no budget to ever be able to do that. Is that still the assumption we're making? Like, how do we make those decisions?
Yeah, ultimately that would be a policy decision and driven by a budgetary decision. But it's something that when it comes to how we explain that to the public is a big communications challenge. I think it has been led well in the stormwater space, communicating flood risk. And certainly in New Zealand, we've got reasonably good at talking about earthquake risk and tsunami risk. I think now we need to learn the lessons from that and use the same skills to explain landslide risk and landslide roles and responsibilities a little bit better.
Thank you.
Okay, and no more questions. I'll move this and it'll be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. We'll move to comments. Councillor Baker would open the commentary, please.
So just as mentioned in the report, we deployed staff around to help various parts of the rest of the country, I suppose, and such as the benefit of us having the scale that we do, and shows the benefit of our AEM setup and our crews. And so just want to acknowledge them who went out and helped. And I know, talking to various people from neighbouring councils, how appreciative they are of the fact that we're prepared to send our staff out. But I just want to I guess, single out one person, John Seward, who works in Paul Kleinek's team. He was part of the urban search and rescue team at Mount Maunganui there, overseeing the recovery and the geotech side of that. And we all saw how traumatic and terrible that was for the people. And these are generally people who don't, in a normal day, have to see the things and experience the things that they were experiencing there. And so I think you know, John needs to have our, I guess, appreciation for what he exposed himself to. And so I really do, and I know on behalf of Alf, who's not here as the chair of the Civil Defence Committee, I really do think we should acknowledge in particular John, but all of our staff who go out there and do that sort of stuff. And I just looking at those photos going around, you know, these are rural roads, a lot of them, they've never been built, you know, to the high standards that other roads in Auckland are. And they play such an important part in the whole transport network. And so a lot of these communities that are affected by those roads, that is their only road. And so, you know, we can never underestimate the impacts of those slips, and even on the barrier. And as Mike will tell you, you know, the importance of the transport network on the barrier is incredible. You know, when Run Road that accesses Trifina is cut off, they've actually got to change everything around and send ferries and everything to another part of the island. So we should never underestimate the importance of some of those roads and how they're impacted on the whole transport network. But just want to acknowledge those staff of ours that went out there and put themselves at risk and some pretty confronting. So thanks to Phil and to everyone at that
within the council organisation who make those staff available.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baker. Councillor Lee, please.
I won't talk about the weather events. It's been covered. Obviously, we're in many respects at the mercy of nature, but I think we need to look at our own role to make sure that we are building in the maximum protection for the infrastructure that we're responsible and for the people we're responsible. But I just want to talk briefly about the changing situation in relation to Plan Change 120 that have arisen from statements made by the Minister a week or so ago about his changed thinking. There's a lesson to be drawn from this, I think. One, in pushing through Plan Change 120 with unseemly haste, notifying during the local body election, closing off submission during the Christmas rush, affecting enormous amounts of people. I think the lesson is that the right way to make sound decisions? We had the cover, I use the we loosely because not me, had the cover of saying, oh, well, it's the Minister. The Minister has made us do it. The past late at night resource management, consenting and other changes, Amendment Act in August is the reason. It's all down to the Minister. The problem with that argument, it wasn't really true, but the problem with that argument is if the Minister changes his mind, then we're kind of hoisted by our own petard. And the other real concern is rushing decisions through and cutting out due consultation with the people who are most affected, our ratepayers, the property owners. I hope we can draw lessons. Whatever the outcome, there are 10,000 at least anxious people out there, and they didn't write those submissions for the fun of it. That they are concerned in various degrees, as we've heard. And therefore, I think that we need to look very, very hard at our decision-making process, because every time we rush a decision, it always tends to go pear-shaped. Whether it's Western Springs or whether it's Plan Change 120, and indeed, the late unlamented Plan Change 78. You know, this is a serial problem, and so I think, I hope there will be serious learnings taken from this, whatever happens. Thank you.
No further comments, so I'll put this to those. All those in favour of receiving this report, please say aye. To the contrary, thank you very much, carried. We're going to move to item 7.5, which is largely procedural. It's the status on things that have happened, the update. It's been moved by Councillor Baker and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I don't know if there's any debate on this, it's just telling us what we did. In that case, I'll move that. If anyone, I'll put that. Is anyone, all those in favour, please say aye. The contrary, it's carried. Thank you. And decisions made under delegation. I got involved with one of those in Richard Hills. I'll move this and Richard Hills will second it presumably. But that's there to tell you that we put in the submission for the Public Works Amendment Bill due to the timing over Christmas. It was quite a carefully thought out submission. And I think it will have your support. So all those in favour of that, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. I think that brings us to the end of the day. So at 3:07 we've finished. And thank you for attending your first meeting. I look forward to seeing you during the rest of the year. Cheers, everybody. Bye.